Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, good. I can hear you fine. I'm Melissa, the court reporter. How are
Wonderful.
you today?
I am good. Yourself?
I'm doing well too. I can hear you well. You can hear me okay?
I can.
Perfect. All right, I guess I'll go back off so you can get some work done. I just wanted to say good morning.
Oh, thank you very much.
Get that removed from the website. We don't have any.
Hey, Anthony.
It's not making them anymore, so we're not able to order any. Wish you the best of luck in finding one. I wish we could have helped you. Thanks. Bye.
Hey Brad,
Hello,
how are you?
I am fine.
Good.
Morning, all.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Nice to have you all. Thank you for joining. Melissa,
bet.
it's nice to meet you.
Yes,
Finally.
finally.
Let's see. We will start in just a minute. We're not on the record yet, but are there any preliminary matters I should know about before we conduct the hearing this morning? Mr.
Mr.
Pearsall?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Mr. Foreman.
thank you.
Go ahead.
As you know, John, or you probably know, John Bogatka was a lawyer originally working on this case, and he's assigned to another case that is also scheduled at this time. So I'm filling in. I got the Dropbox link last night, and I've opened it up, and I don't see anything in there. And so I'm trying to. And number one, I want to make sure that we have uploaded our exhibit, but two, I just want to make sure that I have everybody else's.
Yes, from SPS's perspective, you or staff uploaded your exhibits because we were able to download them as well as
Okay.
the exhibit list.
But Melissa, do you have the exhibits?
Yes, I want to make sure I didn't take them off Dropbox.
I
Hang
think you
on.
did.
I think I did too. Let me put them back. I have them in a file. Sorry
Okay,
about that.
Okay.
Let me make
that's
sure
all
here.
right.
What a dummy.
If-
Oh,
if-
golly.
If this is the worst thing that happens today, we're gonna have.
Yep, I did. I didn't copy them. That's called not paying attention. Hang on. Okay.
It-
Yeah, that was dumb.
No worries. So I'm glad.
Sorry, guys. Let me get this SPS. Okay. Let's see. SPS. Let me do this back.
We
Okay,
Our-
SPS.
here's Miss. I'm just admitting Ms. Lynch now.
Okay.
Let me put these back. This is really super important. SPS, 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 SPS. Okay. Let me go back. Oh, list of exhibits. That's those in there. Backwards. CCAE. Oh, let's see, I don't know.
Any other issues?
That was the only issue I had.
Okay.
Staff exhibit.
SPS
one.
is unaware of any preliminary issues.
All right, thank you.
Now,
And
does-
you were able to, go ahead, Melissa, I'm sorry.
Grant Direct goes under CCAE.
Yes,
Who?
Okay,
Okay,
that should be, that's everything. Sorry, guys. I'll have to download those again, but download them. Okie dokie. Okay, that should be everything.
okay, thank you, Melissa. And
Yes, it's helpful to have the exhibits. All right.
I see that Mr. Schoenheider has joined us. So let's go ahead and start. If Ms. Lynch, do you have any preliminary issues or anything you'd like to discuss before we start? I'm not on the record yet.
Oh, sorry.
Need to unmute yourself.
Just preliminarily, I'll need some time to communicate with our witness, and Excel may be in the same boat. Our witness is conducting a webinar that was scheduled at this time alongside SPS. And so once we get the schedule set, I'll be able to communicate with Justin to jump on here.
Okay, and Ms. Lynch, I know this is a formality that I might raise when you present the exhibit, but Melissa just put, our court reporter just put the testimony back in Dropbox, and I noticed that the version that is online, your exhibit is not marked. So If that's accurate, if I'm seeing this correctly, before the hearing is over or before the end of the day or after the hearing or at some point, could you please mark it CCA Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And I'll admit it provisionally subject to being properly marked.
Thank you, hearing examiner.
You're welcome. Okay, let's go ahead and begin. Are you ready, Melissa?
I am.
All right. This matter is before the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. It will please come to order. It's the time and place set for the evidentiary hearing in the matter of Southwest Public Service Company's submittal of an energy efficiency potential study pursuant to the final order in case number 19-00140-UT. This matter is docketed as case number 21-00186-UT. Good morning. My name is Anthony Medeiros. I'm the hearing examiner designated by the commission to preside over this case. I'd like to start today by getting the appearances of counsel for the parties, starting with the applicant, SPS.
Patrick Pearsall appearing on behalf of Southwestern Public Service.
Morning, Mr. Pearsall.
Good morning.
Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, CCAE.
Good morning, Kara Lynch, appearing as the attorney for CCAE.
Good morning, Ms. Lynch. And for staff.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I am Bradford Borman appearing on behalf of Utility Division staff.
Good morning, Mr. Borman.
Good morning.
Are there any preliminary matters that we should address before we proceed?
Not that I'm aware of, your hearing examiner.
No, sir.
All right, thank you. The record should reflect at this point that pursuant to the procedural order and notice in this case, interested persons not affiliated with the party were afforded the opportunity to provide oral comment at the beginning of this hearing. But as of 9 a.m. this morning, or actually as of now, no one registered in advance requesting the opportunity to give oral comment. However, interested persons, anybody viewing this via YouTube live stream or otherwise who read this should note that, as also reflected in the procedural order and notice, written comments may be submitted regarding this matter before the commission takes final action in this case by sending written comment. And that written comment should reference this case number 21-00186-UT. And those comments should be sent to prc.records@state.nm.us. Very well, then let's proceed to the presentation of evidence pursuant to 1.2.233B NMAC, New Mexico Administrative Code. The order of presentation and receipt of evidence is as follows. The burden of going forward with the evidence and proving the merits of the relief requested in the application in accord with governing legal standards by a preponderance of the evidence is the applicant SPS. SPS's presentation of witness testimony will be followed by CCA's witness, hopefully at that point, if Mr. Brand is ready, and then staff's witness. Consequently, Mr. Pearsall, would SPS please call its first witness?
Thank you, hearing examiner. SPS calls Mark Schoenheider.
And we'll have Mr. Schoenheider sworn at this point. Ms. Gonzalez?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Schoenheider, can you state your name for the record?
Mark Robert Schoenheider.
And can you identify your place of employment and business address for the record?
Yeah, I work for Xcel Energy, the parent company of SPS. My place of employment is 1800 Larimer Street, Denver, Colorado.
And what is your position at Xcel Energy Services?
I am the manager of consumer and commercial energy efficiency marketing at XL Energy.
And can you briefly describe for the record your responsibilities in that position?
Yeah, in this position, I am responsible for development and execution of our energy efficiency portfolios across multiple states, with primary focus on our mass market and income qualified business segments, and ultimate responsibility for delivering the portfolios in both New Mexico and Colorado.
And Mr. Schoenheider, did you prepare testimony in this case?
I did.
And do you have with you what is marked as SPS Exhibit 1?
Yes, that's my direct testimony.
And, okay, thank you. And are there any attachments to your direct testimony?
There is the potential study. The primary subject of this hearing is an attachment to my direct testimony.
Can you briefly walk through or just list what those attachments are for the record?
Yeah, so attachment 1. I'm going to reference the document as I'm speaking, so please excuse me if I'm looking down. Attachment 1 is the potential study that was commissioned by SPS related to the DSM potential in New Mexico.
And if to make it easier on you, if you want, the Roman numeral 5 of your testimony has the list.
That is much easier.
I know one of them is really large, so flipping to it through them might be difficult.
Roman numeral number 5, Mr. Schoenheider, I think what Mr. Pearsall was referring to is the preliminary page, Roman numeral 5, list of attachments.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. I was just going to get you to list them for the record.
Perfect. So MRS-1 is the potential study conducted by Guidehouse. MRS-2 are the executive summaries of SPS approved plan year 2022 portfolio and its proposed plan year 2022 portfolio, including the difference between those two. MRS-3 is SPS's proposed cost benefit analysis for plan year 2022 programs. MRS-4 is SPS's proposed technical assumptions for plan year 2022 programs. MRS-5 is the calculated plan year 2019 incentive mechanism. MRS-6 is the calculated plan year 2020 incentive mechanism. And MRS-7 is SPS's proposed plan year 2022 incentive mechanism.
Thank you, Mr. Schoenheider. And do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
I do. I have 2 corrections that were non-substantial. Both of them are on page 68 of my testimony. The first one is on line 5. The number 30 should in fact be the number 33. The second correction is also on page 68, line 7. And the number 0.001 0.075% should be replaced with 0.1%.
And thank you. And those corrections, they're pre-marked on what is SPS exhibit number 1, correct?
They are pre-marked on what is SPS exhibit number 1, and they were also discussed in my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you. And subject to those corrections, if I asked you today the questions in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. And those answers are true and correct to your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And do you have with you what is marked as SPS exhibit number 2?
I do.
Can you identify that for the record?
SPS exhibit number 2 is my rebuttal testimony from this case.
And do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
And if I asked you today the questions in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And those answers are true and correct to your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Hearing examiner Medeiros, I will move for admission of SPS exhibit 1 and SPS exhibit 2.
Are there any objections? SPS exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted.
Thank you. And with that, I will pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Pearsall. Ms. Lynch? Any questions for Mr. Schoenheider?
Yes, I have a few questions to ask of Mr. Schoenheider. Good morning, Mr. Schoenheider.
Good morning.
It's nice to interact with you once again. Let's see, I was wondering if you could turn to MRS 6 in your direct testimony. And please just let me know when you get there. It's down towards the end of the SPS application.
Almost.
In my PDF form, it's page 624 of 627.
Yep, I'm there now. Thank you.
Great. This attachment lays out the company's currently approved incentive mechanism for 2022, correct?
Yes, it does.
And in the currently approved mechanism, the company earns its base incentive when it achieves 33 gigawatts of savings, correct?
Should be megawatt hours, shouldn't it?
Gigawatt hours would be the correct unit for 33
Okay.
gigawatt hours. So yes.
I said gigawatt hours, correct?
Right, you did. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I believe you said gigawatts, which would be a measure of power, not of energy.
So, okay, and if the company achieves its currently approved 2022 savings goal of approximately 40 GWH, it would earn an incentive of 6.6% of its spending, correct?
So the savings goal that you referenced was for 2022, and the exhibit is titled the 2020 plan year incentive mechanism. So using this same table for 2022, then your assertion would be correct that at 40 gigawatt hours, the company would earn 6.6% of our spend as an
Great.
incentive.
Okay, so now can you turn to MRS 7, the next exhibit?
It's the next page.
Yep.
Yes,
And it's
I'm
the
there.
next page. Okay, great. This represents the company's proposal to update its 2022 savings incentive, correct?
Yes,
Thank you. And the company maintained the same saving structure as is currently approved, but moved the threshold to earn the base incentive up to 44 gigawatt hours, correct?
yes,
So it's the company's position that it would be inappropriate to change the structure of the performance incentives given the limited scope of this proceeding, correct?
correct.
Would you agree that under the company's proposal, it would earn an incentive of 7.1% of spending if it achieves its updated goals of approximately 56 gigawatt hours?
Yes,
And in the proposed incentive, the proposed incentive model, the company would earn its base incentive if it achieves 78% of its goal.
can you help me understand how you came up with 78%, please?
So if you compare the numbers from the table above, at these, so while the company maintains, sorry, let me just get my grounding. In the proposed incentive, the company would earn its base incentive if it achieves 78% of its goal, which is compared to 82% of the goal provided in the 2020 incentive mechanism. So I think comparing the 2020 to the 2022, there's a shift from 82 to 78%.
I'm not sure I understand the question. I don't see either 78 or 82% in the exhibits you're referencing.
You might want to look at Mr. Brandt's testimony, which I acknowledge is not evidence yet. It's not admitted yet, at least, but I think that's where that analysis is conducted. Mr. Schoenheider, we're going to get into this issue, so we might as well address it now. Do you have Mr. Brandt's testimony?
I can find it, yes.
And I'll hand it back to Ms. Lynch at this point.
I am trying to find my bearings, just get my bearings and find the.
On page, if I may, I hope I'm not being redundant here, but on page 8 of Mr. Brandt's testimony, on line 7, he says that 33 gigawatt hours is 82.5% of SPS's, he said, companies, approximately 40 gigawatt hour energy savings goal.
Mm-hmm. I think I would need Mr. Brandt to explain, his calculations here, if they
Okay.
aren't self-explanatory. Is that something that we can come back to?
Yeah, we can come back to that, but go ahead with your cross and we'll address it. We'll work through the issue because I'm interested in, and I have some questions around the incentive mechanisms as well. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come back to this issue of the change from an 82 to a 78% goal. While the company maintained the overall structure of the incentive program, it did modify the threshold for earning its base incentive and the amount of incentive it would earn if it achieves its goals based on this discretion, which I believe is what Mr. Brandt is discussing on page 8.
Is there a question?
Is this correct?
Can you I'm sorry, there was a very long sentence before the question. Can you restate specifically what you're asking if is correct?
So what Mr. Brandt is demonstrating is that while the company maintained the overall structure, which is what the company maintains, the company did modify the threshold for earning its base incentive.
That is correct.
Correct?
Yes. We raised the threshold from 33 gigawatt hours, below which in the approved incentive, we would earn 0 incentive. And that threshold we have proposed is 44 gigawatt hours, which is a roughly a 33.3% increase in the amount of savings that we would need to achieve in order to earn any incentive.
Great. So the amount of incentive SPS would earn if it achieves its goal based on the discretion was also changed or modified, correct?
I believe so. Yeah, it said differently, we moved the entire incentive model up, and that obviously that moved, as well as our savings target are moved with the addition of new programs. And if you plug, as did our budget. And so if you were to plug those 2 new independent variables into that savings calculation equation, the result would be different. Yes.
Okay. So if the company maintained the 6.6%, which was in the 2020 plan, if it achieves its goals, the base incentive would not be earned until it achieves 49 gigawatt hours, correct?
I don't understand the question.
If the shift that you just described had not occurred, then the base incentive would not actually be earned until SPS achieves 49 gigawatt hours in savings, correct?
I don't think that's correct. If we did not shift the incentive mechanism, then we would still earn an incentive at 33 gigawatt hours.
Okay.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, but
I think we'll have to just move on for the time being. If you could please turn to page 14 of your rebuttal testimony and let me know when you're there.
you said page 14.
Yes. It's you're discussing Mr. Brandt's suggestions to the residential cooling program.
I am there.
Okay, thank you. So here we're examining some of the changes made to the residential cooling program. And you state SPS interviewed contractors to identify barriers to participating in the quality install program, correct?
I believe I stated we interviewed contractors to identify barriers to participation, not specifically to the quality installation, but to the entire residential cooling program.
Great. So I'm wondering, how many contractors did SPS interview?
I do not have the exact number with me. I do know that the residential cooling trade is rather sparse in New Mexico. And there is overlap with the contractors that perform our home energy services, of which there are 3 contractors that do our residential home energy services. I believe that the number was approximately 5, but I don't have the exact that we interviewed. I do not have the exact number with me. I can find that out if that is relevant.
So do you know when these interviews took place?
They've taken place over in the time period between the launch of the 2020-2021 plan, well, the entire triennial, and the current time, well, the time when this testimony was written, which was probably 3 weeks ago.
So it's conceivable that SPS did not document these interviews?
It is conceivable that we did not document every interaction with the cooling trade. We have, we do reach out and work with the trade and talk to the trade multiple times, and we do not necessarily document every single interaction. That is accurate.
So SPS doesn't have any hard data upon which it made its determination to change the quality install program.
Could you give an example of what you mean by hard data?
Quantifiable numbers, the number of interviews conducted, the way the interviews were conducted, when they were conducted.
That's accurate. We did not
Okay,
document
thank you.
the number.
So the next question still focuses on this area of SPS's study. Did SPS explore any alternatives other than eliminating the QI certification and documentation requirements to improve the quality install program?
Yes, we have been providing training along the line, training related to the actual work that is done to achieve a quality installation. And we have been funding the certification if contractors were willing to obtain certification to participate in the quality installation.
Is it SPS's belief that the training that's conducted is enough to assure that quality installs will continue in SPS's territory?
Can you elaborate on continue, or I can interpret continue if you would rather, but how about you elaborate on what you mean by continue?
When a contractor conducts an installation, he or she who has been certified uses certain criteria for quality installation. Is it your belief that by eliminating the certification and documentation, but continuing the training, there will not be any detriment to quality installations?
It is my belief that the majority of the concepts and business practices that are used to perform a quality installation, and those are primarily proper equipment sizing, correct airflow for the units and the space, correct refrigerant charge, and ensuring that duct leakage is minimized. My belief is that those 4 practices will continue. I do not believe that every contractor in the service territory will execute each of those practices on every installation. I also believe that some of the contractors that would not or did not achieve certification nor generate the documentation required to qualify for a quality installation rebate. Some of those contractors did use those practices, even if they did not carry all the way through to obtaining certification and document. So do I believe that the overall quality of installations in mass, so how much of, just how good each installation is sort of times the number of installations, do I think that will deteriorate? No, I do not think that will deteriorate without requiring the certification and documentation, as long as we continue to provide trainings and we will allow the incentives. We will, we will provide those forms of incentives for contractors to perform that training and to execute those characteristics when they do the installations.
Would you agree that quality install certification programs were created to improve quality installs?
Yes, and expanding a little bit, we have quality installs in other jurisdictions, quality installation programs in other jurisdictions. We find them we find the training and the practices to be very beneficial to new equipment installation. However, we also find that there are contractors that are not willing to go through the certification process for they themselves to be certified to do a quality install, nor the documentation process. And that can be a limit to participation in our programs and a limit to selling higher efficient equipment. And part of the reason that we made the change that we did was to allow installation of high efficiency equipment without a quality installation certification, was to open the market and to encourage more participation in the residential cooling program while still advocating for the benefits and the implementation of quality installations.
So the only alternative SPS explored was actually eliminating some of the requirements or the benefits of training contractors through the accreditation process.
No, I don't believe that's true. We did not explore eliminating the training. We explored eliminating the requirements to participate in the program. So we're still conducting the trainings and we're still encouraging contractors to do it. However, we're not requiring the contractor to complete a quality install for every piece of equipment that is installed.
Ms. Lynch,
Yes,
may I ask Mr. Schoenheider a question here?
yes,
So
you
that
may.
I don't have, thank you. So I don't have to come back to quality install. Let's just explore it now. How rigorous is the process, Mr. Schoenheider, for achieving the accreditation for a quality install for the contractor?
Yep. So the process is a training class, and I think there are different durations, but I believe it's in the order of an 8-hour class, and the contractors that do it then have a sort of a test that they have to take that demonstrates those 4 principles I talked about earlier.
And you have feedback, or how do you know that there's resistance to this process for the quality install accreditation?
From our discussions with trade partners in the region. If
How
I
many?
might elaborate,
Please.
we expected, and given the, we understand, we know how many customers we have, we know the average lifespan of a piece of air conditioning or a heat pump, piece of air conditioning equipment or a heat pump. And so by knowing that, you get a sense of how many pieces of equipment are replaced in your service territory in a given year. And the number that participate in our programs are significantly lower than that. And compared to other jurisdictions where we have the same information, and we could see how many customers participate. So we detected a theme of much lower participation in SPS service territory in New Mexico than in other jurisdictions. And we sort of started talking to contractors to try to understand what the limits were. And
And when you say participation, you're talking about contractor participation, not the residential or other customer participation, right?
I am,
Which,
or there, it's a one-to-one. Well, it's not, it's for every air conditioner that's sold, you have a customer and then you have a contractor. There are, 85,000 roughly residential customers. There are not that many trade partners. So you would have one trade partner could do multiple air conditioners.
sure. And how many trade partners do you have in the SPS territory? Did you say 3?
For the home energy services program, which is a separate program which does different measures, there are 3. There are 3 primary contractors that perform that work. They
How about-
also can do the air conditioner installations as well.
They can't, so they overlap.
They do overlap. However, we
But
have very low participation from.
I'm sorry, I missed that. However, what?
We have very low participation in the residential air conditioning program from those 3 contractors as well as other contractors.
So how many contractors in all do you have involved in generally in the residential cooling program?
I would say less than 10 in New Mexico.
And that's different than the other jurisdictions that you service?
Yes. Colorado, Public Service of Colorado, for example, and it's a much larger program, much larger population, but I believe we have approximately 300 contractors that are in the HVAC program, and some do 1 or 2 units a year, but others do in the hundreds of units per year.
HVAC, but are there fewer HVAC systems installed in SPS's territory as compared to Colorado?
Yes, at a very high level numbers, we have in the ballpark of 2 million customers in Colorado compared to 85,000 residential customers in New Mexico. And so that's probably a 25-to-1 ratio, somewhere in that ballpark, if I'm doing my math correctly.
And in a ratio, you'd have more evaporative coolers installed in SPS's territory?
Evaporative coolers, different, are you intentionally changing to a different type of equipment?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Evaporative coolers, the climate in New Mexico is slightly better than it is in Colorado. Evaporative coolers are also a lower capital cost, so they're a little cheaper, and the demographics in New Mexico, I believe, have a slightly higher percentage or a lower income. And so, yeah, I think both of those reasons would contribute to a higher percentage of evaporative coolers in New Mexico than in Colorado.
What would be the problem that you perceive with addressing the contractor issue in SPS's territory as compared to, say, your experience with Colorado?
My opinion is that the contractors in New Mexico are generally smaller, less sophisticated contractors than they are in Colorado. In Colorado, we have some very large contractors, as I referred to earlier, that might do 100 or 200 units per year, versus and to do that, they would have multiple crews, multiple trucks, a little more sophisticated management and oversight system.
Is this installation in new housing units in Colorado, or
the installations that I've been referring to are retrofit, so they're in
retrofits
homes. Yeah, we also have a pretty robust new home construction program in Colorado, where typically high efficient cooling is part of that.
And you don't have a new construction program in the SPS program or programs and measures. Is that right?
We do not have a similar new construction program in SPS to what we have in Colorado, correct?
Because you don't have the same level of construction going on in SPS's territory, right?
Yeah, two reasons. One is the volume of residential new construction is lower. The second reason, and we could dive into the potential study for the actual tables, but the mix of manufactured homes, low income single family, and market rate single family is more heavily weighted in New Mexico towards manufactured homes and low income single family, which are not don't tend to have a central air conditioning system.
Right.
As high of a percentage.
Right. And so you might expect to have an evaporative cooler put on a manufactured home, right?
Historically, we have seen, a higher percentage of evaporative cooling on manufactured homes. Yes.
So partly it's demographic driven. The difference.
The difference between air conditioning and evaporative cooling, I believe so. Yes.
And also contractors.
I believe so. I think that.
And
sorry.
Go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
When we, you can say it demographically or just the number of available customers within a certain driving radius. So the Denver metro area, for example, has, 1 million potential customers versus our SPS service territory has a much smaller number of customers in, similar geographic size.
I guess I'll just ask now. I think we need to get back into this. I recall having similar discussion with you along these lines. Do you recall that in 19140?
I remember multiple discussions around cooling and whole house fans, and yes.
Well, also about just the different demographics and the challenging, the unique challenges that this Excel affiliate faces in the Southwest, in Southwestern's territory, compared to maybe some others, some different challenges, say in Colorado or Minnesota, or South Dakota or North Dakota or Wisconsin. And along those lines, according to the customer mix, residential customers are about 16.68%. For Public Service Company of Colorado, what is the percentage of residential customers?
So I want to maybe ask for a clarification. When you said 16%, I think I would define that as the load, the percentage of our load, not necessarily the customer count.
Okay, load. I'm just look at page 10. Thank you for that clarification. Page 10 of your direct testimony, 2020 New Mexico customer sales mix. I want to understand the challenges that you face in the different jurisdictions, because it comes up. It's a consistent theme that, in fact, is central to your proposal here.
It is,
and also with the large customer cap.
Yeah, I think, and to elaborate, I think not only is page 10 in my direct, but if we go down into the potential study, there are some very illustrative charts that talk about not only the load for each of the customer segments, but also the potential within each customer segment. And we can look at that, or I believe you asked a specific question on this table, but I don't remember the exact question.
Well, just generally, Mr. Schoenheider, looking at load, I'd imagine it's somewhat different in Colorado. Let's just say, could you put numbers in a table, percent total for Colorado? Just numbers.
If I had to, and subject to check, and we can provide the exact numbers if that would be helpful, but I believe the residential is in the ballpark of 45% of our electric load in Colorado, and the remaining, commercial, industrial unis. It's the exact rate classes don't line up exactly, but the general sense, if you split into residential and commercial, it's probably 45% residential and 55% CNI.
And is that similar to Minnesota? Where you have, well, does Excel serve Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Metroplex?
We do. Yeah, there are.
And you serve the Denver Metroplex in Colorado.
Correct.
And what about Wisconsin?
So Wisconsin, the DSM programs are run through a third party. So I don't have direct knowledge of the inner workings of our Wisconsin programs.
But you do run it in I mean, you as an Excel, I understand you're responsible for Colorado and New Mexico, is that right?
It is. And then I also am responsible for our mass markets, our residential and income qualified and small business in Minnesota as well. But yes, we as Excel, we have, if we think about the scale of the portfolios, one way to look at it is the electric achievements in gigawatt hours. And we were just talking in the 40 to 50 gigawatt hour range per year in SPS. Our goal in Colorado is 500 gigawatt hours, and in Minnesota, our achievement, our forecasted achievement is in the 600 to 700 gigawatt hours every year. Now, there are different. New Mexico and Colorado are both net gigawatt hours, and I think we discussed net to gross in the potential study. And Minnesota is gross gigawatt hours, so it's not exactly an apple to apple, but it's fair to say that the scale of our portfolio in Colorado and Minnesota is about 10 times the size of our portfolio in New Mexico.
Are the Minnesota and Colorado territories roughly the same in terms of overall capacity or load, or which one's larger?
They're pretty similar. I would say that SPS is an order of magnitude smaller, and then between Colorado and Minnesota, they're probably within 10%, and the makeup of the load is a little different between the two. So the ratio of energy to demand is different, but generally speaking, they're very similar.
More agriculture in Minnesota?
No, I would say that, well, it depends how you define agriculture. If you're including indoor agriculture, Colorado has had a relatively recent boom in indoor agriculture, which has potentially changed that balance. So Minnesota has more of the sort of manufacturing, I would call it. And one other point about New Mexico, as seen in table MRS1, there's 81% commercial and industrial, and a large percentage of that is sort of in the oil and gas. And, we have, I believe it's 18 customers that have a very large portion of the load, and those are primarily oil and gas. And so, even within the difference between Colorado and New Mexico, for example, yes, there's a lot more industrial load in New Mexico, but a higher percentage of it is also oil and gas, where we have a more diverse mix of CNI customers in Colorado and Minnesota.
Did you experience similar growth to the growth spurt in the SPS territory that you talk about in the testimony? What is it, 30%?
So the growth in SPS has been very heavily on the, in SPS load has been very heavily on the CNI side. The growth in Piesco, I think, has been more heavily driven on the residential side. We have significantly more new homes, as a percentage, new homes built. I believe the state population, or at least the population of our service territory, is growing significantly faster in Colorado than in SPS. So we are growing, but the constituents of the growth, I think, are very different between the two states.
But the growth rate in the SPS, I forgot the exact number, was a 30% growth rate along in your direct testimony. What was the precise figure? I'm trying to hunt around and find it. And I forgot.
I'm also going to hunt around and find it because I don't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, Ms. Lynch, I'm going to come back to you in just a second. I'm sorry. I want to go back to the quality install. I'm meandering a little bit, but
yeah,
apologies for that, Ms. Lynch.
Of course, yeah,
we'll
no
get back to you.
worries. Hearing examiner, our expert witness, Justin, is in the waiting room.
Oh, okay. Let me, I don't see him right this minute on my roster. He might have to try and seek readmittance.
Okay. I'm communicating to him now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Schoenheider, did you find that figure?
I did not. And was it a table or text that you are?
It was text, as I recall.
Okay, so I don't recall the specific section, and I used the search function in the PDF to find the word growth, and I only found one instance of that, which was on, it was just talking, it did not give a specific value, but it said significant growth in the oil and gas.
It looks like we're going to have a break. I'll look at the break to try and find it, and I'll come back to it. But let's get back, and I want to come back to what I've been talking to you about when it's technically my turn. I butted in on Ms. Lynch's cross-examination, but I was trying to focus on the quality install, and I got a far afield, and I apologize for that. But on the quality install, is it just too much of a heavy lift? What's going on? What's the problem that really you want to hear? I'm going to admit Mr. Brent now. Go ahead.
Yeah, the problem that we're trying to solve, we believe that customer or contractors are not participating because of the administrative requirement. They have attended trainings. We believe that the work they do has improved because of the trainings. However, they're, in our opinion, not willing to go the last step to obtain the certification or to actually document the details of each quality installation. And we would like to, there is a benefit from installing higher efficient equipment regardless of the installation practices, right? If a piece of high efficiency equipment and a low efficiency equipment were both installed the same, the high efficiency equipment would save energy. We do want to encourage continued evolution, if you will, of the quality installation practices and uptake. And we also, the other point I would make is we believe we have the flexibility requested in the direct case to reinstate or adjust the level of the quality installation incentive as and if we see market conditions change, or if we don't see an uptake from removing that requirement, we can go back and add it at a later time.
Two questions. First off, with the quality, with the training, are the contractors required to at least take the training?
They are not required in our proposed in our proposal, they're not required to take the training. No. We do offer the training for free, and we have considered incenting them to take the training.
Are you considering that for your next plan, which goes to my next question, which you're about to file in 2022, right? May of 2022, the next triennial plan?
The next triennial plan should be for years 23 through 25, correct?
And you're filing that in May 2022, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Is there any opportunity to obtain data on this and inform your decision regarding issues like quality install and at least incenting training? Because frankly, without proper training, sometimes the ducts don't get fully
get
sealed.
The refrigerant charge isn't perfect.
Right, right.
Yes, the short answer is yes, there is time to collect more rigorous data, as Ms. Lynch alluded to earlier.
Will you make that commitment?
Yes.
Because short of me, and this is I don't know whether it will be a contested issue by the time I see the briefing, but right now I read it as being a contested issue. And my alternatives would be to take the recommendation of Mr. Brandt or take the company's. But if the company commits to do more in terms of the recommendation for the next plan, next triennial plan, that can help inform the commission's decision as well on this particular issue, as well as the other disputed program issues.
Yeah.
Do you follow me?
I do, and I support the general concept, and I think it's evident in our direct case that the portfolio needs to grow. Right, we have very clear legislative mandates that are significantly higher than how we're currently operating and how we've operated in the past, and we will need to change what we're doing in order to grow. And we believe that is a learning process, and you know, I agree there is merit in Ms. Lynch's assertion that you can get better data and you can get more rigorous data to inform decisions. So,
and it occurred to me in looking at this case that the reason we're sitting here in November of 2021, when you're about to file a triennial plan in 2022, was that the need for the potential study because of the much more aggressive savings goals required by the 2019 legislation. Is that right?
That is one part. The other, again, getting back to sort of data, the other part is that when filing the triennial in the original case, we did not have enough data. We did not know what our 2020 actual load was, which is the basis for the goal. And so from a timing standpoint, we had to obtain that data prior to setting a new goal.
That's right. Okay, Ms. Lynch, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm actually going to transition off of the quality install issue and move us into page 15 of your page 15 of your rebuttal testimony, where you respond to Mr. Brandt's recommendations for high efficiency heat pumps versus high efficiency air conditioners. Please let me know when you're on page 15 of your rebuttal.
I am there.
Thank you. There on page 15, you state that you believe the levels of rebates for high efficiency heat pumps at $400 and high efficiency air conditioners at $200 are appropriate to signal the added value of the heat pumps to customers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm wondering on what external research or resources do you base this belief?
External resources. So I believe the term signaling, the sort of macroeconomic definition of that is to indicate to a customer that one option is preferred or is better than the other. And the way in which we do that is by offering a rebate that is twice the amount for the preferred piece of equipment. So sort of by the economic definition of signaling, we're in line with that external definition of if you give twice the rebate for a piece of equipment, that communicates to the customer that it is a better piece of equipment than the lower the piece of equipment with the lower rebate.
So does research, particularly for customer behavior in the energy savings sector, inform your belief?
Yes, that if you offer a higher rebate to a customer, they will get the signal that that is a better choice or better piece of equipment. Yes, research does support that.
Can high efficiency heat pumps be installed on most of the residential structures in SPS's territory?
On many of them, yes. There are multiple types of heat pumps. There are, you guys are probably aware, there are what you would consider a standard split system where you have a large outdoor compressing unit and a central air handler. There are also what are referred to as mini splits, where it's a much smaller compressor and a much smaller indoor unit that does not have a central air distribution system. And there are multi-splits where you'd have one compressor outside and then multiple of those mini heads inside. And if you think across that entire range of options for heat pumps and air conditioners, then yes, I think it's fair to say they can be installed on most of the structure of the residential structures. There are unique challenges, especially if you're adding a heat pump or an air conditioner to a structure that has not historically had an air conditioner or a heat pump, where you may have additional considerations like wiring upgrades, circuit breaker panel upgrades, even service and meter upgrades that are required. So the short answer is yes, you can add an air conditioner, but you can add an air conditioner or a heat pump to just about any structure, but you're going to have potentially more cost to do it to some structures.
You agree that the demographics within SPS's territory are unique and include more low-income individuals than some of the other territories that Xcel Energy serves?
I do.
Would you say that a $400 rebate is enough to cover the cost of purchasing and installing a heat pump?
Nope. No, we file incremental capital costs in our technical assumptions that list what that incremental capital cost is, and our rebates are currently designed not to cover the entire incremental capital cost for any of our measures.
So would $400 be enough of a rebate to incentivize members who live in SPS's territory, considering the unique demographic factors? Would $400 be enough to signal to that demographic the purchase of it and install of the heat pump?
Compared to what?
Compared to, say, the demographics in Minneapolis?
I'm not sure I understand. understand your question. Compared them to signal a heat pump compared to,
A high efficiency air conditioner?
we believe it will be, yes.
Based upon what belief? I mean, what informs this belief, especially given the low income demographic in SPS's territory? And considering that heat pumps offer greater energy and monetary savings for those families.
So when you're talking about an incremental decision and the difference between an air conditioner and a heat pump, both of those pieces of equipment have a significant incremental capital cost. And the difference between those two is relatively small compared to the total cost of the equipment. As an example, if we think about a split system air conditioner, the air conditioner itself, installing an air conditioner may be multiple thousands of dollars. And a heat pump would also be multiple thousands of dollars with a small incremental cost over the air conditioner. And so the rebates that we have designed are not intended to motivate a customer that does not have air conditioning, or if they have a working air conditioner, our rebates are not designed to motivate them to go out and spend thousands of dollars to replace either their working air conditioner or to add air conditioning to a building that does not have air conditioning. Our rebates are designed to incent them to, if they're already planning to install the air conditioner, to either install a more efficient air conditioner or to install a more efficient heat pump in place of that code minimum air conditioner. And from that perspective, the rebates that we have cover a high percentage of the incremental cost between those options. And so, yes, I do believe that they are appropriate to motivate customers to choose the high efficient air conditioner or a high efficient heat pump over the baseline code minimum air conditioner.
Would you agree that a high efficiency heat pump offers significant energy savings and therefore energy dollar savings for customers over high efficiency air conditioners?
Not in all cases, no. So a heat pump, instead of just providing, let me take a step back. An air conditioner can cool a home. An air conditioner does not provide heat to a home. And so the customer will have a different source for heating their home. That source may be electric resistance. It may be a fossil fuel fired either furnace or boiler. And those fossil fuels could be natural gas, could be propane. There's many different options. And depending on how the customer was heating their home, the switch to a heat pump may or may not save them money on an ongoing basis. A heat pump performs both the functions of cooling, just like an air conditioner, but it also can heat the home. And depending on which heat pump you buy, the amount of electricity it takes to heat a home changes. That's effectively the efficiency. But also there are heat pumps that can heat the entire year, and there are some that can only heat down to a certain temperature. Maybe that's 30 degrees, maybe, and in the case of cold climate heat pumps, they're rated to provide a substantial amount of heat down to 5 degrees. The climate in New Mexico is better suited to heat pumps than some of our other territories. And so, the need for a backup source of heat is not as great in New Mexico. But there are many cases where installing a heat pump would actually cost a customer more to operate than their previous heating system.
Because of their reliance on electricity to run those heat pumps.
That's one contributing factor. The efficiency of the baseline system, the fuel type of the baseline system, the efficiency of the heat pump would all be factors that would contribute to the cost to operate both the baseline case and the proposed case.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation. I was going to transition to page 16.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. On page 16, you discuss SPS's change to the Home Energy Service Program, SPS's Low Income Energy Savings Program, correct?
Yes.
Great. You state that SPS will continue to monitor the actual amounts paid by customers and will increase rebate levels in the future if necessary to cover at least 80% of the incremental cost of participating in the program, correct?
Yes.
How will SPS continue to monitor the actual amounts paid by customers participating in this program?
We intend to obtain the invoices from participants, and we already know the amount of the rebates that we pay for for those or to those participants, and you can divide the two to obtain the percentage of the invoice or of the incremental cost that a customer pays.
Does SPS inform the customers of these actual amounts paid for participation in the HES program?
Yes. Let me clarify one point. I use the term incremental cost here. The Home Energy Services Program is a little different than the residential cooling program we were discussing before, in that in the Home Energy Services Program, the measures that we offer basically have what I would call a do nothing option. So a customer can continue going right on without, increasing insulation or doing air sealing or those sorts of measures. And so in this case, the incremental cost is the full cost of the measure because the customer has a perfectly valid do nothing option.
Okay. So if SPS wanted, could SPS continue its current monitoring of the participation and actual amounts paid in the HES program for low-income customers?
We can.
But here you propose not doing that.
Where do we propose not monitoring that?
I'm just confirming.
I don't agree with that. I'm asking where do you believe that we propose to not monitor how much we're paying?
I'm asking if I got that correct.
You did not. No, so there is a balance in rebate levels, especially in a program like Home Energy Services, where the amounts that we pay are based on the savings. So it's a certain number of dollars per kW saved and a certain number of dollars per kWh saved. And contractors can set their own prices to do work. And if we were to not monitor the costs that are incurred by contractors and charged to customers, and we just increase the rebates, we believe that the contractors would correspondingly increase their prices with the same exact work happening. So in essence, we would be spending more of our customers' money to pay rebates and getting the same outcome. And so we very frequently monitor and adjust the incentive levels to match, just to sort of strike that balance between paying what the work actually costs versus paying more and having contractors increase their prices. Our intent, and I believe I state this in my testimony, is on the income qualified side. The intent is that customers have very low to no copay, right, or any portion that they have to pay. And so yes, if prices go up, and we see that those income qualified customers are having to pay something, then we will increase rebates, but we don't want to do that prematurely, thereby incentivizing contractors to raise their costs.
Understood. So that's what you mean when you say SPS will continue to monitor the actual amounts paid by customers and increase rebate levels in the future if necessary to cover at least 80% of the measured incremental cost.
Correct.
Okay, so that is SPS's intent. Hearing examiner, that concludes my cross-examination of Mr. Schoenheider. Thank you, Mr. Schoenheider.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Mr. Borman?
Yes, I do actually have some very limited cross-examination. Good morning, Mr. Schoenheider.
Good morning.
Let's start by turning to your rebuttal testimony, and I think it's page 4. Tell me when you get there.
I am there.
Okay, and you have a Q&A, starts at line 4, I think. It says, does SPS agree with staff's recommendation on updating its WAC in the company's next triennial plan filing? And you agree with that, correct?
Yes, consistent with prior practices, SPS intends to address its WAC for the 2022 triennial plan filing.
So you address staff's recommendation on the WAC. Are you familiar with staff's other recommendation in this case? And if I'll refer you to Ms. Leyva Tercero's testimony. And it kind of starts on page 28 and really kind of the bulk of it is on page 29. I'll give you a second to get there. Are you there yet?
I have the file opened and you said page 29.
Yeah, it starts, there's like a bullet, several bullet points that start on page, well, they start earlier, but this particular bullet point actually begins on page 28, but her recommendation really is on page 29.
Okay, I have it open in front of me.
Okay, and she says in response to, I'm trying to see exactly, don't want to misquote here. She says at the very bottom of page 28, starting on line 42, SPS is proposing to recover $250,000 as part of its program budget as a market research cost in the planning and research segment through its 2022 EE rider and the remaining $250,000 in the EE potential study as part of its program budget as a market research cost within its planning and research segment in its 2023 EE rider. Okay, and then she goes on to make a recommendation and she says staff does not take issue with this request. However, staff recommends that SPS reconcile its EE rider annually going forward, consistent with section 62-17-6D of the EUEA. And do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay, and your testimony didn't opine on that particular recommendation, does it?
I agree, it did not address it.
Okay, well, can you opine on it now? Do you agree with that recommendation?
I think it would be better actually if witness Adams would opine on that recommendation related to the calculation of the rider in the future. Okay,
I can ask the other witness. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. Ms. Strohneider, how are you doing? I have, would you like to take a break now?
I think that depends. If we think it'll be another hour, 2 hours, half an hour. If you can give me an idea, I can.
Well,
better-
let me start, I guess, let me start and see where we are. I might have to break up mine, but
Okay,
I'm also mindful of Ms. Gonzalez too. Melissa, would you like a break right now or the 15-minute break? Would that be good for you or?
Whatever suits you guys is fine with me.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and do that now for 15 minutes? I'll try and put some more coffee in me to see if I can get myself going a little bit faster here. And we'll be back at 10 after the hour. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Officer Maderos? I have one
Yeah.
question. I have a question about something that the witness said that I wasn't sure I heard correctly. Can I ask that now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this was an answer. So the growth in SPS has been very heavily on the SPS load has been very heavily on the C&I side. The growth in TSCO, I think, has been more heavily driven on the residential side. That's what I heard.
Were you asking about PSCO?
Yes.
It's
Okay.
Public Service Company of Colorado, PSC small o, I think, right?
Yes, we
Capital
love our
P.
acronyms.
Yeah, it's capital P, capital S, capital C, small, lowercase o.
Okay, give me 1 second. I was like, what is that? No, I know.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I want to get it right. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, thank you. We're back from the break. And Mr. Schoenheider, right before the break, Ms. Lynch was asking you about, well, you were talking to her about just generally about rebates and about the incremental cost of measures, or actually, are you talking about incremental cost of equipment installation, total cost? What are you talking about in terms of incremental cost there?
Yeah, and so a general term that we use in the industry is called incremental capital cost.
Right.
And it refers to the upfront cost difference between the options that you're trying to incentivize the customer around. And one example would be, let's say a customer's air conditioner fails, and so they don't have a do nothing option. The sort of baseline action that they would take is to replace the air conditioner with a piece of equipment that is minimally compliant with the code. So the least efficient, cheapest unit they can buy. The incremental capital cost would represent the difference between taking that course of action versus installing a more efficient either air conditioner or a more efficient heat pump. And that, when I say the cost of doing it, it's the full cost of each of those situations, and then you subtract the two. So it's the difference between the full cost. So in equipment installation, if there's permitting, all those sorts of things. Now, in that case, a lot of those things like permitting falls out because it's in both the high efficient and the base case. So, and the reason that the concept of incremental capital cost is important, and it's one of the factors we use to determine incentive levels, is because that is the decision that we're trying to influence. We're not trying to influence the decision of whether or not they should install an air conditioner. We're trying to influence the decision of which air conditioner they should install.
Have a rule of thumb on incentivization, or is that proprietary?
It's definitely not proprietary. I wish there was a rule of thumb. It is a more sort of complicated, there are more factors that come into it. And a few of those I can elaborate on are, where is the market? Are there other factors that are preventing the customer from implementing the efficient equipment? For example, are there contractors that stock new piece of equipment? Is the technology known? You know, is it foreign to a customer? Do you have to educate them, or do they sort of already know? So an example, two examples, an LED light. Most people know what an LED light is now. And a screw-in LED bulb is pretty common, and people understand it. They're very available. They cost more, but cost is really one of the only market barriers there. A heat pump, for example, on the other side, the technology is out there. There are good units, but contractors generally don't embrace them. They won't necessarily try to sell them. We've had significant experience with, if a customer asks a contractor to install a heat pump, they'll say, why do you want that? No, you just want an air conditioner, because it is a little more complicated and the trade isn't as familiar with it. And
That's interesting, because in our area here, people are pushing heat pumps. Contractors are pretty aggressive, at least up here in the Santa Fe area. And that's anecdotal, but and just walking around the neighborhood, I see quite a few, quite frankly.
I think it is regional. And I think it is contractor to contractor. And I think generally the more sophisticated contractors understand that the equipment itself between an air conditioner and a heat pump is very, very similar. The primary difference is a reversing valve that lets the refrigeration cycle operate in the opposite direction. Your indoor coil might be a little different, but it's the same technology. But I digress. Getting back to it, so the incremental capital cost is not the only consideration that goes into rebates, but we generally, it is a large lever. And for reference, you'll notice in the potential study, the achievable potential, we calculated 2 levels, or Guidehouse calculated 2 levels of achievable potential. One was at where rebates were at the current levels, which is in the ballpark of 60 to 70% of the incremental capital cost, if we average it across the portfolio. And then the maximum achievable potential scenario has the rebates set equal to 100% of that incremental capital cost. So we're taking away all the financial barriers to making that decision. And even in that case, you won't get 100% participation.
What was that latter example? What were you referring to?
In the potential study,
Right.
there are multiple levels of potential that are defined. There's a technical potential, there's an economic potential, and then the achievable potential. And in the achievable potential, Guidehouse calculated 2 scenarios. One is the reference case, which assumes that rebates are at approximately their current level. And then the second is called the maximum achievable potential, which assumes that rebates are equal to 100% of the incremental capital cost. So we're basically paying all of that difference between the baseline piece of equipment and the high efficient piece of equipment.
So it depends. It's very, very measure specific on what you develop an incentive.
Measure specific and time specific. As a new technology goes through its adoption curve, we will have different levels of rebate at different times in that adoption curve. We may have a bonus or a higher incentive to try to jumpstart a certain technology. And then as that market matures and as those other barriers decrease, we tend to be able to decrease the amount of incentive needed to convince customers to make that efficient choice.
Speaking of time specific, has the pandemic affected your?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead, elaborate a little.
Yeah, I was a little surprised it took us almost 2 hours for that topic to come up. The pandemic has affected the utility business in many ways, and more specifically our demand side management business. Maybe I'll give a high level, and if you have questions or want me to dig in deeper, I can. But we have, generally speaking, we've seen an increase in the residential consumption, the actual energy sales to residential customers through the pandemic. We believe that is partially related to people spending more time at home, whether they're working remotely, whether, when they were in various states of lockdown, they're just at home more, using energy at home more. We've similarly seen a decrease in energy consumption from many of our commercial customers, and whether that is on a case-by-case basis, they're open less hours, or the spaces are less occupied, or many of them are no longer in business. So there has been a pretty dramatic impact on sales from the sort of macro utility level. But then shifting to more specifically to our energy efficiency programs, we've seen certain programs have held up very well. Those tend to be the longer duration sales cycle programs. So, and I'm mixing jurisdictions, kind of giving the high level overview first. Our business new construction programs in our other jurisdictions have held up very well. Commercial building construction has continued, and those projects tend to take 3 to 5 years from design to completion, and so they don't necessarily get slowed down. They're not short duration decisions of whether you build a building. But on the flip side, a lot of our smaller business focused programs, whether it's our audit programs or our install programs, our building tune-up type programs, many of them have virtually stopped, where small business customers are not willing to expend their resources, whether it's their time or their money, to make efficiency upgrades to their facilities when they're not. And I believe that it's partially because they're not even sure if they're going to be in business, in 6 months, or they don't know how to they're not able to get staff to serve their customers, or, there's all sorts of different things, but energy efficiency is very low on their list.
Now, are you speaking specifically of the SPS territory, or are you speaking generally across jurisdictions?
I'm speaking generally across jurisdictions, but those themes, I would say apply to SPS as well. Generally, longer duration projects have continued, and so as an example, in SPS, we started to gain traction in some of our efficiency work with our oil and gas, and we've gained a little bit of traction there, and those projects take years to complete. And so we've been able to, if you look at our status report from 2020, and then when we filed one from 2021, you'll see there, we've had a little bit of an uptake there that's led to growth, which is good. On the residential side, as I believe as customers were staying home more, they were more aware of their surroundings, and they were looking for low cost ways to reduce that increased energy bill from the increased usage from being home more. And so programs like home lighting, which offer very low cost, easy to do upgrades that have noticeable energy savings on their bill, have done pretty well. But other programs haven't necessarily done very well. And some of that, whether it's our home energy services program, we had months during the year where we could not complete home inspections due to various lockdown orders or social distancing, that we could not execute those programs for a portion of the year in 2020 and in 2021. And so there's obviously an impact on performance in those programs. Other programs like our school kit program had to transition from being an in-person, helping the teachers with in-person lessons during 2020. We transitioned those to create online content so that the program could continue. But there were significantly additional resources to adjust and adapt that program to remote learning at the time. And now most places are a hybrid or back in person. And so it's sort of adapting again and taking some of the lessons we've learned, through the last 20 months. And there's some good to take out of it, but
and part of the good is on that particular program, it looks like the UCT improved.
The UCT for 2020 in our status report did improve slightly. We anticipate in this filing that it will improve more. Some of that is reduced admin costs. Some of it is applying the most recent technical assumptions that are in the technical resource manual that Evergreen has updated. And so there were a few contributing factors there. But yes, the school kit program, which I know we talked about during the last hearing, and I think the conversation was, we feel like this is a good program. We need, there's a lot of benefits that aren't captured, but we do think even with just the benefits are captured, that this is a good program to have. And I'm glad to see that we have been able to improve it and increase the UCT over 1. So.
And the only UCT under 1 would be right now for the proposal looking forward is refrigerator recycling. Is that right?
I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. I'll get back to that, but just generally, I want to, on my first page here, I've got some general questions. This plan is DSM focused in my impression. Is that a fair impression?
As opposed to demand side management focus, as opposed to what else?
Demand response or load management? Yes,
it is. It is more heavily focused on the energy efficiency measures than on demand management measures. However, we did include and propose to bring back or to start an AC rewards program through our thermostats in this plan.
And I'll get there. But are there any commercial C&I, commercial and industrial demand response or demand management programs or measures proposed in the plan?
The thermostat program, there are many small commercial that could participate in it, but there are no specific measures or programs designed for C&I customers.
Is the company picking up any demand response for commercial customers or industrial customers in any other way, like say through a proposed rate tariff, like an interruptible option? Because there's nothing here.
I don't believe so. And the primary reason, if I can elaborate, is the avoided cost values. And I think we talked about this in the last hearing.
Yeah.
There are generally 3 contributors to avoided revenue requirements or avoided costs, which are avoided generation, avoided T&D, transmission and distribution, and avoided marginal energy. And the values that are used for those, you have a different value each year over the planning horizon. Those are set in the resource plan, and they were not updated as part of this limited filing. And the value for avoided generation is 0 for the first portion of this triennial. And so it would be very hard, if not impossible, to have a cost-effective demand management program with those economic assumptions.
Is the company looking at, I'm getting some feedback from somewhere. Is the company looking at demand response on a large level? I think it's an important issue, and it will come up because, for instance, P&M proposed a demand response program that was rejected by the commission as part of the San Juan the CCA1 proposal. And they are pledged to propose or at least do an RFP and come back as part of their next triennial plan with a potential DR plan to pick up the, I don't know what it was, 30 megawatt hours, 40 megawatt hours, or 25 that got left out of the San Juan generating replacement portfolio. And the commission may ask, well, what is SPS doing as part of its next triennial plan to address the important issue of demand response?
Yeah, I think that is a great question. I think that that is the appropriate venue in which to expand demand management offerings, given the economic assumptions that are part of this triennial. We did, in some ways, I would almost say go out on a limb in proposing to implement the residential demand management, the thermostat program in this filing. That measure is not cost effective because there's no avoided generation benefit. However, when you consider, there's a few reasons we proposed it. One is it's not a program that you can turn on and off like a light switch. You need to build it and grow it and learn how a certain customer demographic will react. You have to understand, what the actual controllable load is, test it out, kind of build that muscle of how it'll work on the operation side as well as the customer adoption side. And so we're proposing to do that, understanding that it is not cost effective. And there are many drivers. I think the most high profile of which was the Winter Storm Uri, where there were, even though there's not a generation need in the resource plan, we believe something like the thermostat demand response program could have helped, and it absolutely can give customers something they can do to help reduce the overall, in that case, it was marginal energy costs from the incredibly high real-time pricing.
Well, I was frankly pleased to see that understanding that it might not be cost effective in the beginning, because if you don't start trying something like that, when are you going to get around to it? It seems late in the game, in fact, frankly. So I was pleased to at least see that. Any comment?
We felt the same. That's why we put it in. We have, and it is an evolving market, right? We have had what I would call successful summer peak, or we've had programs with thermostats and other control devices that have been very successful for a long time in controlling a summer, summer cooling related need on the system. And part of what we're trying here is to broaden the use cases and be able to not just react to a hot summer weekday capacity peak, but also potentially a winter, energy peak, whether that's for, heating with electricity, in our other jurisdictions, heating with natural gas. It's becoming a much more complicated set of use cases. And so we need to learn and grow it.
And it's part of a larger picture, though, too. This is just getting customers acclimated, if you will, no pun intended, to working with smart technology.
It is, and also exploring and learning of how that smart technology can interact with a higher percentage of non-dispatchable generation in the
Right.
future.
Right.
Right?
And
I envision that in the future, the use case of that really hot summer weekday is going to be much less of the time. And we're going to really need to use these thermostats and other demand management
yes,
to help us balance basically the load net of available renewables. And
and
that's going to happen all the time, and at very, very unpredictable times. It could be could be a Sunday afternoon in March rather than a July heat wave.
right, because as you add, and it's very complicated because you're adding more renewables in the system as well.
Yes.
Okay, well, let me go back to just for a second to commercial and industrial and demand response or demand management. And I know this is probably the less pleasant issue to talk about because it's difficult in the SPS territory. But do you work with customers, commercial customers, industrial customers, say in Colorado? And along those lines, do you have robust DR programs for the commercial and industrial space, say in Colorado?
We do.
Please elaborate. Because this comes up, this comes up in commission discussions. It comes up, frankly, in comparing what the different investor-owned utilities are doing in New Mexico, because it's different, and it's important to understand what the unique challenges are for SPS.
So from a program standpoint, and I will use Colorado and Minnesota as the sort of two cases. We have a growing portfolio of demand response and demand management options for C&I customers. And historically, they were very focused on that hot summer peak hour or 4 hours. And they were effectively a small number of very large customers that, we could signal either on a 10-minute notice or an hour notice or even a day ahead notice to say, hey, we're going to need you to reduce your load during that time. We have evolved.
Now let me can I pause you there? This is so complicated. Are you working with load aggregators there? Or are you doing that inside the company?
The majority of that program or those large programs, we are not working with load aggregators. For the majority of them, it's one-on-one relationships with large customers. We have had various pilots and or small scale programs with aggregators with different levels of success.
And so you actually install the device, you Excel, say at a Colorado or Minnesota commercial business or industrial business?
For some of the customers, yes, we install the transfer switch and we control operation of it in some cases, and in other cases, the customer can choose, if you will, what actions they take on their side to reduce load.
Okay, go ahead.
So we have been evolving those programs and adding, more accurately, we've been evolving the portfolio to add resources that are less rigid and less focused on that summer peak, to not only allow finer levels of control over how much load we get, also when we can call those loads. So for example, we can call them in winter and in shoulder seasons instead of just hot summer weekdays.
Along these lines, it sounds like we're getting into load reduction and load shifting, are we? Do you work with customers on that?
Next.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, some of the programs, in addition to just load reduction, we can also incentivize customers to to increase their load at certain times. And the primary use case there is if we were curtailing renewables. So if we have more available renewable generation than we have load, you could curtail the renewables, literally, stop the windmills from spinning, or you can incentivize a customer to shift some of their operations or energy use to that time, therefore saving the load on the system in another time. And there's many applications of that, all the way from, an example I would give is you could take a very large scale, like a wastewater treatment plant, the aeration of the wastewater. You literally take, compressors and you blow air through it. The time that wastewater may sit in an aeration basin might be 2 days. And so you can do that aeration, you can change that level up and down as long as you get the total air in those 2 days. You can, you have some flexibility there. A smaller scale example would be a residential home HVAC system, either heating or cooling, where you could, if you have excess renewables on the system now, but in 3 or 4 hours you're not going to, you could pre-cool a home a couple of degrees where an occupant may not notice the difference. And you can use that effectively free renewable energy and reduce the amount of carbon intensive energy later when the grid is more congested. So those are kind of the ends of the spectrum. And these are programs that are adapting, and it's hard to say exactly where we're at in any state because every state is a little different on a regulatory schedule.
Well, but you almost have to, with the load reduction and load shifting, you have to have a dialogue, a relationship with the particular customer, don't you?
For
the utility.
We address different customer segments in different ways. For the largest, we have a hypothetical customer that might have 100 megawatt load that they can turn on and off in one of our other opcos. And that is a very one-on-one relationship because that is a huge load and we want, almost minute by minute control of that. Versus if you have a residential home, your average air conditioner is 2.5, maybe 3 kW. And so, it's 20,000th of the size of the big industrial. So you're not going to have an individual one-on-one conversation, but you can work with a technology like their thermostat on the wall where a customer, can either choose to be very directly interactive with you and see what's happening and when, and opt in and opt out. And other customers may want to just, you control it, give me the green option of give me the least carbon energy and you do whatever you need to do with my thermostat.
With the data and centers at a high level, are you having dialogue with the companies about even load shaping?
For data centers, not to my knowledge.
They do that in-house?
Well, frankly, they're much less concerned about their load and their energy costs than they are on reliability and availability and uptime. So if you think about a data center, the computing power is one load and the cooling is usually about the same, especially if they're using a refrigerated air cooling system. And you can't really control the computing load because that's kind of their product of what they're doing. They can't necessarily shut down a data center. They can potentially shift it to another data center, but and then the cooling follows pretty quickly, right? So if you shut off the cooling or reduce the cooling, there's not a lot of thermal mass in that system and the temperature will rise very quickly. There are cooling technologies that are more efficient than refrigerated air. And so we've had, pretty good, what I'd call energy efficiency wins at data centers using free cooling. We actually, up in Colorado, and NREL, they're
NREL for the
the National Renewable Energy Lab, their ESIF, their Energy Systems Integration Facility. They were one of the first supercomputers in the country, and we worked with them through our DSM program to build that without mechanical cooling. It's all free cooling. It's similar to the concept of a whole house fan that you and I talked about in the last hearing, but on an industrial data center a huge system. And so there are options, but that's not really a load control option. That's more of a do this more efficiently.
For instance, Google's data centers, they have CFE scores, right? You're familiar with that?
I am.
So they are concerned, at least that company. You said something earlier on, I look back where you said that the companies weren't that concerned with the data centers, but at least at that company, they are concerned with load shaping in terms of trying to have the data centers maximize their CFE scores, which for the record is carbon energy, right?
Carbon-free energy, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
CFE.
don't disagree that, and I don't know Google specifically. I don't know how invested they are, but my comments were general to the data centers we work with.
And I acknowledge I've taken this into somewhat of nerd territory, but the reason I'm doing that is because I want to find out if you can have a dialogue with SPS customers to try and come up with some demand response programs that translate and work in this specific territory. I think that's something the commission's going to be asking going forward, particularly with the next plan.
I think one limitation in the current plan is the value of that controllability has to be captured in the rules, for lack of a better term, in order to allow those types of programs to exist, but also to be seen as the value that we think they are. So if we don't have a value for avoided generation and transmission, there's very little value to offset the cost of running those programs and paying customers. Now, I do think that is an issue that should be in the next triennial, and I think we may have a different set of values for generation transmission, but without a significant value in the near term years. I don't think they would pass a cost effectiveness standard.
I submit that it's something the company needs to look at and propose something tangible, at least moving in the direction of attempting to address demand response at the C&I level in the SPS territory.
Understood.
You disagree? Understood?
Yep.
Because it will, I promise you it will come up. And it's something that the company needs to, I suggest that the company needs to address in its next triennial plan proposal in some fashion. Not necessarily a tangible rollout program, but need to take steps in that direction. Would you commit to that?
Yes, I commit to us addressing it and evaluating it.
Okay, thank you. And along those lines, you talk about on page 15 of your direct testimony about the inherent limits to what can be achieved for C&I classes in view of limitations on the programs available to these customers and industry market conditions that limit the level of participation by these customers. I want to dive back into this area and help the commission understand what are the particular challenges. I know we talked about it before, but I felt like it was still a bit on the surface. Could you be a little bit more candid about the problems that you face in this territory?
I can. I would like to reference the potential study to help illustrate that. And I think specifically, I'm going to refer you to figure 4-1 and figure 4-2, which is 4-1 is on, if you look at attachment MRS1, it's on page 17 of 443. Okay.
Got it.
And
Yeah.
this figure is, looking at the title, it's the electric energy and demand technical savings potential by sector. And I'll elaborate a little bit on what the technical savings potential is. The way that I think of it is, if you had, it's the magic wand potential. If I had a magic wand and was able to immediately and completely replace every single piece of equipment or behavior that every single customer has with the highest efficient available option, snap of the fingers. And so it does not take into account the cost of doing it. It does not take into account the availability in the supply chain. It doesn't take into account customer choice. It just says every single piece of equipment is replaced immediately with the most efficient option that's currently available or currently exists. And if we zero in, given that definition, if we zero in on the graph that's on the left side of figure 4-1, you see the savings potential in gigawatt hours per year of the three market sectors, one being commercial, one being industrial, and one being residential. And the scale on this is, or the units are gigawatt hours of savings, gigawatt hours per year. And what you'll notice is the top line there, the green line, is commercial. The second line down that's sitting at about the 800 gigawatt hours per year is residential. And then way down at the bottom is the industrial line. It's sort of the lighter green, and it's, probably in the 50 to 100 range. And I'm going to scroll down a little further to figure 4.2, and this is the same general information, but instead of absolute magnitude in gigawatt hours, it is the percentage of electric sales. And the light green industrial line is still way down at the bottom at less than 10%, somewhere in the 5% range. The green line from commercial that was very high earlier is now pretty low. It's less than 20%. And the one that is still on top is the yellow, the residential. And it's hovering around 60%, which, translating that into a simplified kind of what's the one sentence you could say to describe that, that means that on average, residential customers, if you replaced everything they had with the most efficient technology, they could save a little over 60% of the energy they use, which is awesome. That's there's a huge amount of technical potential. The converse to that is, if you look at the industrial, if you took every single industrial customer and replaced every single piece of infrastructure technology, everything they had, with the most efficient thing that was out there right now, you'd be able to save less than 10% of the energy they use. That by itself is very interesting. And when you combine that with the table that we were talking about earlier in my direct testimony, I believe it was right at the beginning of my testimony, and let me find that table, MRS-1, that shows our retail sales and the percent of the total. That industrial, the commercial and industrial together make up over 80% of our sales. And so 80% of our sales has very, very little technical potential. And 16% of our sales has relatively high technical potential. But when you kind of average that out, This is the data that supports the high level discussion we had in our last discussion that says there's not a lot of potential, right? The actual equipment, the nuts and bolts that the industrial customers are using is already very close to the best available equipment that's out there. And they use 80% of the energy in our service territory.
This was exciting. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but that it's a nice way to understand what the potential study was intended to do in terms of just quote unquote potential. But on this issue, I was surprised to see that you classified the oil and gas industry as a commercial customer. Did you do that?
They are included in the, I think they're in the industrial.
I thought you had them in the commercial classification, which surprised me, but I may have misread that. But looking at table MRS1, of the 81.24%, what percentage of that is oil and gas? Whether you classify them industrial or commercial?
I don't have the answer to that in front of me.
Could you provide that?
I think we can. Yeah, I think we can follow up whether that's a bench request or.
Yes, please. And
I know
that's
I know we do go into a little more detail about the 18 largest customers and what percent of the total sales they represent, but
I couldn't tell whether there were any mining customers or other large industrial customers in the area, or what the customers were. So any more granular detail that the commission can understand what SPS is facing. I'm trying to give the commission as much data as possible to understand the unique challenges, because given the lack of technical potential, it underscores the need for something else like a demand response program. If that makes sense. If you can't attack it on the DSM side, approach it from the DR or DM side.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, if you can't do it from agreed.
Because you just underscored another problem with it, is that there simply isn't that much technical potential.
From an energy efficiency standpoint with those industrial and even commercial customers. And again,
that's why understanding, getting more granular on what the customers look like without giving anything away that you can't with identifying the particular customers. I understand that. But I cut you off and I'm sorry, but I was going to forget to say that. So go ahead.
The only piece I wanted to add is the table we were looking at. That's the magic wand, the technical potential. The amount that is then economic and achievable is a subset of that technical. So even if, like, at the end of the day, the achievable potential is a fraction of that 5 to 10% for industrial customers.
And where do we go to find that? Do you have another table that shows?
Yes. If we get into the later tables, I believe 5.1 and 5.2 are the economic potential along the same lines of gigawatt hours than percent. And before I keep talking, let me pull the table up in front of me. So table 5.1 is on page 20 of 443, and that is the economic potential by sector. And again, you see the industrial, the light green is very low. And table 5.2 is on the next page that shows the economic potential as a percentage, and that has both commercial and industrial below 10%. And you'll notice the residential sector went from roughly 60% down to about 40% when you factor in the economics of the decision. And then if we continue down into section 6 on page 23, you'll see table 6.1 talks about the gigawatt hours of the achievable potential. And as we talked about earlier, there's two scenarios that we ran. The reference scenario on the right side is based on rebates at levels that are similar to our current program. And then on the left side is the maximum achievable scenario, which has rebates set to equal 100% of the incremental capital cost. The other thing that looks different on these tables versus figures 4.1 and 5.1 is these aren't flat lines. These are sort of sloped, starting at a low level and climbing. And that primarily represents the fact that even if these were all great economic decisions that were technically feasible today, there has to be an allowance for having an appropriate supply chain and contractor network and customers, equipment actually sort of failing year after year, that all of that potential is not available in year one. So it increases over time. But you still see that that industrial potential, even in the maximum achievable scenario over, the period out through 2030, so almost 10 years, is right at 50 gigawatt hours, where the residential is over 150, right? So another way to read this is there's 3 times as much achievable potential on the residential customer segment than there is in the industrial segment, even though, we have only less than 17% of our load is residential, and the vast majority is commercial and industrial.
And again, just to clarify, when you're classifying the oil and gas industry as industrial and not commercial?
I believe so. The list of the customer types, as well as sort of the areas in that, are within the potential study itself. So we don't call out specific, we don't name specific customers, but you can see a breakout of C&I customer count and annual consumption in, for example, table A4 on page 27 gives some of that information. There are multiple ways that the customer segmentation is presented throughout the potential study. They've looked at it in various different ways, and there are multiple tables. And I don't know if you've had a chance to.
Well, yeah, that's where, no, I did. And that's where I picked up that commercial mining, oil and gas extraction. Call it the oil and gas industry, and yet it's classified as commercial.
And I think that is a portion of the oil and gas, because that total consumption of the 2.2, almost 2.3 million megawatt hours, I don't believe is the entire oil and gas industry. I think we talked about this a couple of years ago as well, that when we talk about oil and gas, you could think about like all the way from the wellhead, where there's an oil well, to the gathering station with compressors, to the refinery, to, the retail sales, your local gas station. Those are all could be conceived as oil and gas. And so I think there are different parts and pieces, but.
Well, any more granular data you can provide that isn't already provided. If it is, just please indicate where it is in the record. Otherwise, just looking at that first table, taking that table that we were talking about, MRS1, and breaking that out a little bit to understand in narrative fashion what the customer makeup looks like would be helpful.
I think I understand the a little bit of the disconnect is that table MRS1 is it's based on rate codes, for lack of a better term. So it's
Yes,
sort of it's not what is your business type, it's
Right.
what rate code are you on, and so we need to bring those two together, it sounds like.
yes, perfect. Well said. Okay, moving on. Before we break for lunch, I want to try and on page 17 of your direct testimony, you testify that as avoided costs for supply side resources decrease, the cost effectiveness of programs decrease and negatively affects the EE options in the resource selection process under the UCT. How have natural gas prices increasing affected the avoided cost analysis?
So that for this filing, they have not, primarily because it was not within the bounds of this filing to update either the avoided generation, transmission, distribution, or marginal energy prices. That happens in an actual triennial filing. And so we're still using for this limited filing for just 2022, we're using the avoided costs that were agreed to as part of the settlement from the original triennial.
So the supply side resources decrease may become an increase?
It may. I think it depends. So the other piece to keep in mind, we've seen real-time natural gas wholesale, Henry Hub prices, and those are real-time. They're what a customer will pay effectively this winter. The lifetime of these measures is anywhere from 0 to 20 years. And so an increase in real-time prices would affect the first year or two of marginal energy costs. They may affect later out if there is an identified long-term trend towards higher natural gas prices, or they may only be in the first couple of years and drop off. And so even if, for example, you saw a doubling in Henry Hub price today, if that trend was not anticipated for the 20 years, that doubling of the gas cost would have, maybe a 2 or 3% impact on the 20-year weighted marginal energy price.
But just the rational actor seeing the price of natural gas increase, might that help cost effectiveness of programs? Just the rational actor saying, geez, I need to find ways to cut back because I'm looking at this commodity price I'm paying is just
I
through
think
the
it
roof.
will help customer behavior. Frankly, customer behavior, though, is not overly tied to the UCT.
Yeah.
Right? But it is tied to their decisions. And, the discussion that Ms. Lynch and I were having earlier about our heat pumps always, more efficient and cheaper to run. Not always, right? But as gas prices increase, if the customer's baseline fuel is natural gas, then yes, they're becoming more, more economically viable from a customer standpoint. Now, will that continue? Who knows? And your home HVAC system is hopefully a 20-year investment. But yes, I believe that the rational person, if they see their utility bill going up or their gas bill going up, they would be more inclined to listen to a proposal or seek out a proposal for insulation or for a new HVAC system to help mitigate that cost increase.
Well, how many of your residential customers have natural gas heating? Do you know?
Don't know off the top of my head.
I'm not going to ask you for that, but you can just see, but you answered the question, which is that that statement is based on an old data set. And I'm not criticizing it. It's just based on, it is what it is for the potential study proposal that you're putting forward in this case.
Yes, and that would not affect the technical potential. It would affect the economic potential, and it would similarly affect the achievable potential.
Could you elaborate on those, please?
The utility cost test is not used as a screening in the technical potential. However, it is used as a screening in the economic potential, and the customer sort of payback, if you will, what the customer sees as well as the UCT is used as a screening or it contributes to the achievable potential.
Looking at the net to gross factors now, page 21,
Yes,
you smiled. Why?
you're getting even more complicated.
Oh,
We were
I'm
talking
sorry.
about geeking out earlier. It's going to be great.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I'm just, the whole concept of free ridership,
Mhm.
right? How do you ascertain, or how did the contractor who conducted the potential study, how did they figure out or come to some comfort level on determining the free ridership level?
So there's 2 free ridership levels used in the potential study. And there's one for the reference case, and then there's one for the maximum case. And those are both the reference and the maximum are both the achievable potential. For the reference case, they did not calculate it. They used the net to
old
gross that our third-party evaluator has determined for the existing program.
That's 78.9.
Yes.
Okay.
And so the question of how is that determined, that is a question better posed to the third-party evaluator. At a high level, their intent is to understand to start with the actual projects and actual savings that happened in the real world, and then to assign an attribution factor. How many of those were influenced by the company's actions, and how many of those were influenced by some other set of actions, or said differently, how many would have happened had there not been, company sponsored programs. And that is a very complicated and even contentious topic. We feel we influenced an incredible amount of this activity, and maybe even more than actually comes in the door, but that's that is more of a qualitative assessment. That there is a quantitative science to it, but it's not as easy to quantitatively calculate as it is to calculate this is the exact amount of energy savings that happened.
Well, is it based on conducting surveys in part?
It is. And different measures have different methodologies to calculate it. Some is customer surveys, some is contractor surveys, some there are large enough data sets where you can actually compare what happens in SPS service territory versus maybe a territory that doesn't have programs in place. Home lighting is a good example of you have a very large data set and kind of macro level data to look at. Other programs like Home Energy Insights has effectively a test group and a control group. So we have lots of participants, and some of them are in the treatment group, some of them are in the control group, and you can actually statistically analyze their different amounts of consumption between those two groups. And so the only difference there, because it's a control and test group, is participation in the program. And so the amount of savings then is calculated, and there's an implied or a sort of statistically valid 100% net to gross on that. But so there are many different ways to calculate net to gross based on the type of measure that you're talking about.
So how did you come up with the 280 megawatt hours for the proposed cumulative savings? What factor did you apply?
I'm sorry, for the proposed what savings?
Net cumulative savings proposal of 279,791 megawatt hours.
Yep.
What factor did you apply?
From a net to gross specifically?
Yeah.
So the 279 is, and I'm looking at page 23 of my testimony specifically. Applying the net to gross factors as explained above, the range of net achievable savings in 2021 to 2025 is between 197, which is the reference scenario, and 279, which is the maximum scenario. And we used both net to grosses within that calculation. And I digging in a little deeper, the reference scenario, we used the 78% net to gross, which is representative of our current, that is the finding from the evaluator for our current programs. When we move, go ahead.
And I want to correct something to be precise when we're talking about this discussion. It's actually 270 megawatt hours, 269,769 is where you end up. So at the end of this, please end up there. Apologies for that.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So defining the reference scenario and the maximum scenario. The reference uses our existing program incentive levels, our existing net to gross. The maximum scenario, the maximum achievable potential, which is the 279, increases the percentage of incremental capital costs that we pay up to 100%. And the number, it's roughly 80 gigawatt hours more. And the assumption is for that 80 gigawatt hours, every single participant was influenced by our programs. None of the 80 gigawatt hours was free riders, because all of the free riders were captured in the reference scenario, if that makes sense. Okay, so the 279 is the maximum achievable potential if we pay 100% of incremental capital costs. So that's one data point. That's saying everything else, that is the most we can do. The 269 was calculated based on, it's coming at it from a different direction. So it takes our total sales and it reduces those total sales to match effectively what customers are paying into the budget for DSM programs. If you remember, part of the calculation of the budget, of our budget, we have between 3 and 5% of retail sales, such that, or as long as no individual customer pays more than $75,000 per year. And so if you take our total sales and you apply 3 to 5%, it would come up with a number that's higher, a budget that's higher. And if you take 5% of those sales, it would be a number that's higher than the 269. The 269 is basically taking out the same amount from the sales, from the KWH, as we have reduced budget based on those capped customers. And
the 18 customers.
Yes, the actual math of that is probably better addressed by company witness Adams, as far as here are the customers, here's how he won't tell you which exact customers, that would be a data privacy issue, but here is the contribution of those customers, the sales of those customers, and here's how that reduces the 5% of retail consumption down to the 269. Now,
yeah, and I don't recall I know in the P and M cases that they would give without the customer identification information, they would list the customers and their contributions under the large customer cap, both for the renewable energy cases as well as for energy efficiency. Do you have that information in the record? I didn't see it. Listing the 18 customers and without their identifying information.
I
What
don't
they're-
have in my testimony that I'm aware of. Witness Adams may have it in his. I'm not familiar enough. You may have, it would probably be better if you asked him.
I'll try and remember to ask him. And by the way, when I'm talking to him, he refers back to your testimony. And then also with Mr. Brandt. When we come back this afternoon, would you please remain available to be recalled?
Of course.
If I need to call you at the end, thank you. Sincerely, thank you. Because I know this is a lot, but we do circle back to you, I think. I think at this point, we probably should break for lunch for an hour and come back at 1:20, approximately 1:20. Because I still have, Mr. Schoenheider, I still have some questions for you.
Okay.
In this first round, hopefully only round, but we'll see. Okay, let's break now. We'll be back at approximately 1:21. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing examiner Maderos,
Yes, sir.
when we go back on the record, we were talking about the bench request at lunch, and so I think we have a clarifying question and potentially some information for you.
Great. Right, let's begin then. Good afternoon. We're back from our lunch break in case number 21-00186-UT. This is the SPS Energy Efficiency Potential Study proceeding. Mr. Pearsall, I think you had something to address regarding the bench request.
Yes, over lunch, we were talking about the bench request, and I believe we have, Mr. Schoenheider has some clarifying comments that may provide you the information that you're looking for regarding the potential study and the distinction between the commercial and the industrial customers. And if not, then, we might want some clarification regarding what you need, but I'll let Mr. Schoenheider proceed and give you what we discussed about.
Thank you, Mr. Pearsall. Mr. Schoenheider?
Yeah, so I'm going to start at table MRS1, which I think we talked about earlier. And my intent is to kind of draw a path from that to the customer breakout and to clarify where the oil and gas customers are. And so I want to just take note in table MRS1 of the value for the sales to the second line in that table, the commercial and industrial SG or SGS, SGPG, and that the value for the sales there is roughly 5.9 million, 5,899 million kilowatt hours. Okay, so if we hold that in our mind for a second, and then we go into the potential study, which is my first attachment, and on page 27 of 443 in the potential study, there is a table A-4, and this shows the customer count and annual consumption by segment. And if we look down at the number in the total, under the total annual consumption, it is 5,892 million megawatt hours. And if you did the math, that's basically the same value. It's 5.899 versus 5.892. So it matches up very well with the sales. And this table breaks out where those sales go by the number of customers and the amount of sales by each of the segments as identified in the potential study. I did clarify during the break that the mining and oil and gas extraction is in fact treated as a commercial, or is classified as commercial in the potential study. And the only two industrial segments are identified down at the bottom: agriculture and manufacturing. So I think that hopefully that helps. And then I want to draw one more next step along the link here, along the chain. And that is if you turn to page 79 of the potential study, so 79 of 443. Those same classifications are used, and the table here shows the achievable potential with those same classifications. And so it kind of, my intent here is to connect the dots from total sales in terms of our rate codes, our rate, the rate codes PG, SG, and so forth, to how the potential study breaks out those customers into the market segments. And then finally, page 79 shows the gross achievable potential by customer segment. And you can see, for example, oil and gas and mining together combine in that orange color for, it looks like somewhere in the 60 to 70 gigawatt hours of gross potential in that maximum achievable potential path. I think our intent here was to give you some of that context and try to understand if that's the progression you're looking for, or if you have additional questions.
That's a helpful progression. I do have, in interpreting this last table, this figure F13, could you describe it a little bit more for me? What it's showing?
Yeah, so we talked about earlier the different types of potential. With the technical potential, that was the wave a magic wand, switch everything over day one. The economic potential brought in the cost of doing the measure versus the savings and the utility cost test. And then the achievable potential was a subset of that, which brings in, availability of replacements when equipment fails, all those sorts of things to kind of spread. If you remember, that's the one that had the kind of diagonal line that spread out the potential over time, putting what's actually achievable in a given year versus kind of that snap in your fingers. And so the data in this figure shows what that achievable potential is by the commercial and industrial segments. There is a similar table, F12, that does the same thing on the residential side. And, on the residential side, it's broken out again by the types of customers within that overall residential segment. So the subsegments here of manufactured homes, single family, low income, single family, multifamily, as we talked about. And so table F12 and F13 are they're presenting the same type of information, but they're doing it for the two sort of halves, if you will, of the large customer segment split between residential and in table F12 and then C&I in table F13.
So the most gross achievable potential in the residential category on F12 would be in residential single family.
Yes.
And then on F13, it looks like roughly, well, obviously, if you look at 2021, the most gross achievable potential is in the commercial mining, oil and gas extraction category, right?
Yes, I would read that the same way you do.
Okay. And then going back, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the other, interesting thing to note is the overall scale. If we look out to, to 2025, which is the time horizon of the EUEA goal that we're talking about, the total gross, not net, gross max achievable potential is 150 gigawatt hours roughly on the C&I side. And on the residential side, it's about 100. So, that total is in the ballpark of the 250-ish we've been talking about. And that is, if 150 are on the C&I side, that's ballpark of 60%, and 100 is on the residential, so that's 40%. And that can be, I think, pretty closely related, but not correlated to the sales, where we have 80% on the C&I and 16 or 17% on the residential. So this kind of reinforces that concept that the even though less than 20% of the sales are on the residential side, about 40% of the achievable potential is on the residential side. So there's much more achievable potential per, kilowatt hour sales on the residential side.
Is this how you would expect your plants to operate in the other territories?
No. And each territory is a little different. But we are as an example, in Colorado, I would expect probably less than a third of the savings to come from the residential and income qualified and small business, and 2/3 to come from the C&I side.
Why is it the difference so dramatic?
I think there are many reasons we've talked about. I think one of the largest is the type of customers that make up the C&I side in other jurisdictions. If we were to refer back to page 27 that had the
And on this note, mark industrial manufacturing in what you're talking about, because I had a question about that. But you talked about page 27. Are you taking us back to that?
I'm taking us back to the split of load by
Right.
customer.
Yeah, and you see the asterisk there at the bottom, industrial manufacturing. Why, and also for commercial warehouse, but industrial manufacturing in particular, why aren't there any numbers there?
I believe that the number of customers is too small to adequately protect their anonymity.
Too small to predict.
Protect
That's why
their-
I don't have to read it back to you, because I have real-time transcript right here next to me and can read your answer. Too small to adequately predict their anonymity. I read it back anyway. Okay.
protect their anonymity.
Yeah, that's what I tried to say. I'm sorry. Okay, gotcha. But so they would be represented, that one or two customers would be going back to the other figures that you had, figure F13. That would be the brown color at the top of the.
Yes.
Okay. Well, now you have me wondering, I have to guess who this customer is. I have an idea, but never mind. Okay. So go ahead. I'm sorry, on page 27 now, 443, right?
Yep. And so if we're looking at the split there, in our other territories, we have a much larger percentage of sales to, whether it's manufacturing, retails, office, and as an example, one of the very prolific technologies recently on the commercial side for energy efficiency is lighting. And as an example, oil and gas has very little lighting versus every retail location, office space spends a significant amount of energy on lighting. And when you look at LEDs, for example, compared to a fluorescent, especially like a T12 fluorescent, you can save 70 to 75% of the energy used to light your space by switching to LEDs. And so if lighting makes up 30 to 40% of a customer's load in a retail or an office or a restaurant or even a warehouse, it's probably more than that. And if you have a lot of that load, you can save a large percentage of that load with lighting as a technology. If you don't have a lot of load, like in oil and gas, that potential isn't there.
And you see customers in the commercial retail space, like big box stores. You find them receptive to working on these issues?
We have, yes. I won't say that it's always been easy, but for example, in Colorado, Minnesota, we have been working on, we've had efficiency programs in Minnesota for more than 25 years. In Colorado, they sort of grew in 2008, so 13 years. And over that time period, we have been able to address a vast majority of lighting in, the Best Buys, the Walmarts, the Costco's,
Yeah.
The office buildings, like the office I'm sitting in right now has, it was built new with LEDs, but it was part of our energy design assistance program when it was built probably 9 years ago. So
Are you up in Denver?
I am
Where are you right now?
1800 Larimer.
Okay, I used to live and work in Denver. That's why I'm asking, just curious. Okay, so going back to this page 27, industrial manufacturing, customer quantity. Those are, it may be one customer, but it has 648 accounts or.
Yeah, I think you can have multiple premises for
Right.
a given customer.
And commercial warehouse may be 2 customers.
It could
Possibly.
be. Generally speaking, I think you run into data privacy issues if you have less than about 10.
Well, we would have to.
I would have to
depends.
ask the lawyers. That's the rule of thumb
Right.
that alarm bells start going off in my head about don't disclose, data about customers when you have less than 10 customers together. So
Well, then I'd need an affidavit. I need a detailed affidavit from you to put that out. But I have, just for the record, I have granted protection to commercial data on usage and in past cases. So I do understand the sensitivities involved. Whether on the merits of whether 10, that sounds like a pretty large number, but I'm not going to debate that with you at this point because I respect I defer for what it's worth without ruling on anything. And I'm not going to ask for the data in this case, but I'm just trying to get as you know, having dealt with me before, I'm just trying to understand as best I can to present the case to the commission. And I appreciate you working with me to further that along.
Examiner
So-
Medeiros?
I think that works. Go ahead, Mr. Pearsall.
Okay, I think you were about to answer what I was just going to say with that clarification regarding.
Yeah, except that I want to make sure I understand it fully, and I'm going to ask this question.
Okay, perfect.
Going back to, so is it fair to say that, just looking at the numbers roughly without getting into the math, that the oil and gas commercial mining extraction would be about 40% of that category?
of the total CNI, yeah, I believe that's accurate.
In there?
Yeah. 2.287 divided by 5.892, I think is in the ballpark of 38-ish%.
Okay, then I'm understanding it well enough to not require that bench request. So that first bench request is rescinded because you adequately explained it, walking me through the graphs and the tables. And thank you, Mr. Schoenheider, very much, and Mr. Pearsall for working on that at lunch. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So getting back to your testimony, I guess I want to talk a little bit about the new DM offering, the residential thermostat rewards. I misspoke earlier. There are two measures or two programs, if you will. The rewards program also has a UCT under 1, right? It's at 0.81 or something. Let's see what MRS 2 says. 0.81 for our residential thermostat rewards. So just wanted to clarify that I misspoke earlier. These smart thermostats, do you already have smart thermostats in the New Mexico, in the SPS territory?
We had them prior to the implementation of this triennial in 2020. So
In a pilot?
Yes, in 2019, we had them in a pilot, and we do have some customers that are we're still what I would call friendly with, that we can re-enroll those customers. We did not want to, even with stopping the program as part of the triennial, we did not want to lose touch with those customers.
How many customers are we talking about?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's
50, 100?
I would guess it's in the 1 to 500. When I think about our total of 85,000 roughly residential customers, you have to sort of break that down by the penetration rate of central refrigerated air conditioning, and then further break that down by customers that have internet access that is stable and that they're willing to use, and then further break that down by customers that at the time were willing to make the investment in a smart thermostat, which was they were less sort of available and the prices were higher. And so my senses were in the 100 to 500 participants.
And this is just residential. It's not small commercial.
The initial pilot, I believe, was just residential. The technology exists and is applicable to, all the residential we just talked about with those sort of various filtering criteria. It is also relevant or applicable to some small commercial systems. If you have a traditional rooftop unit, or some commercial even have a very similar equipment to a home, furnace and air conditioner. And so from a technology standpoint, we can include those customers, and sometimes those customers, you may even have a business on a residential rate or a residential on a business rate. So there's a lot of gray area between there, but I would not intend to exclude a customer type if it is an applicable technology, and if there is load relief to be had and a customer benefit to be had, I would not intend to exclude them from participation.
We're talking about 100 to 500 residential customers with a central unit, decent Wi-Fi, the desire to be hooked up and share data with the company, and then either buy a unit from the or have one installed by the company. Is that right?
We have multiple options. One
like
is
Nest.
From a technology standpoint, there are different vendors. The sort of big three are Nest, Ecobee, and Honeywell. In our other states, we historically haven't. We've primarily focused on Ecobee and Honeywell, and that has to do with the discussions and agreements that we were able to come to with them, as opposed to Nest has generally not been willing to. There's a couple things that they're not willing to do as far as giving us control. One is what's called addressability. They won't let us understand basically exactly where a particular thermostat is at, and then control a particular thermostat instead of a whole group. And then the other has to do with the reporting of participation. So you can send a signal and it can adjust the thermostat down, but customers have a lot of choice in these offerings of how they can respond. They can either, let's say we're talking in summer, and the signal is sent to increase the temperature set point by 3 degrees. A customer could opt out, at any point during that event, or they could change their set point a little bit. And so Nest doesn't really want to share the data about that. And so there's less value from them, but I know.
And they don't want to share their app with you.
So all three of those vendors, we interface with what's called an API, and they have different, I wouldn't say they don't want to share their app. They have different levels of cooperation between the vendors. And like I said, from our perspective, there's the value strings can be boiled down to, we need it addressable and we need it reportable, and we need to be able, because diving further into the weeds, like we don't just need these for a generation level, a bulk system demand response event. We envision and we see value in at the neighborhood level, and to what I was talking about earlier, sometimes reducing load and sometimes adding load. And the example I would give is, let's say you have multiple customers who install an electric vehicle, and so you might get a very localized transformer or feeder or substation overload condition at a hot winter day. You want to be able to use these assets to help with that situation, as well as the bulk system. And so you have to know where all the thermostats are and be able to control them individually.
Well, do you remember this morning when I was saying it's good to start to go in this direction, even though you just hit on it with charging? Because my next step was to go into, these aren't that smart because we're not talking about level 2 charging, are we? It's not the same device. The customer would have to have 2, 3, at this point, maybe 4, well, at least 2 different devices. One for the air conditioner and another for the electric vehicle or EV, right?
Yes, and there are other opportunities as well. Electric water heaters are another opportunity, whether it's an electric resistance or a heat pump. That is another what I would call dispatchable electric load. And water heaters, for example, like we talked a little bit about how a home can sort of store heat and cool, where you can pre-cool a home and then let it ride up. You can do the same thing with a hot water tank, where you could heat it and maybe even overheat it. Instead of the normal 120 degrees, you could heat it to 130 or 140 when there's excess renewables, and then cut off the power to it, or let it coast down throughout the time of renewable drought or other system constraints. And so you're exactly correct. It's almost like a whole ecosystem of, on the residential side, especially of consumer products, that can and need to interface with the grid. And this is the transition from the old school, what I would call demand response, where you're just cutting load, you're cutting it in big chunks for a set amount of time at a given hot summer weekday. And the transition is to demand management, where it's more nuanced in what you're controlling, when you're controlling, you're adding and you're taking, and
and the customer could be even giving in the EV charging scenario.
Potentially, yeah. I think we're starting to see many EV manufacturers initially were very hesitant to allow vehicle to grid, and they enforced that with the terms of their warranties, where they wouldn't, that would potentially void a warranty. But I think we're starting to see a trend, and the F-150 Lightning is one example where Ford is being very vocal on their commercials of you could do some vehicle to grid, or at least vehicle to home with it. So I don't think that's I think that market is still in flux, is the best way to say it.
Of course, we'll see what California does, or maybe Colorado.
Maybe. I am super proud. I don't know how aware. I mean, we have a very, I would say, forward-looking transportation electrification portfolio that is in the process of, it was approved and we're standing it up now. And so, yeah, I think Colorado has been pretty proactive, and it's a great sort of the demand response and demand side management we're doing with EVs and the TEP is we're making progress.
But California is closest to vehicle to grid incentivizing, isn't it?
I am not familiar enough to answer that question with California's policy.
Okay, well, let's get back to the point here. The point is the customer is going to have the hot water heater device, the smart thermostat for the air conditioner program, and then have a level 2 or EV optimization or whatever the TEP program is called. I forgot. I looked at it last night for SPS, which is a separate vendor, right? Are you familiar with that program?
I am not familiar with that specific program, but it would not surprise me if there are multiple vendors and for the different technologies, and even within a certain technology, likely multiple vendors and
Do you ever,
multiple ways to control it even.
right, that's the point. Do you ever envision moving toward where the customer has an app and can control these different processes?
I think some
Or is that too ambitious?
I don't know that. Well, let me say it this way. A subset of customers would absolutely love that experience. The majority of customers,
right? The geeks,
yes,
right?
the majority of customers are more of the set it and forget it from our experience, that they would like to potentially pick, I want the green option, or I want the low cost option, or, I want whatever it is, but and you generally, the customers that want that very nuanced control are generally the early adopters, and are a very small minority. And as you get up the life cycle curve, for us to scale these types of programs, we have to make them appealing to the broader market and not just the early adopters.
But you have to start somewhere, and that's where you're starting back up with this residential thermostat program.
Exactly.
Okay, great. Let's see. Oh, now getting into the business comprehensive program, do you see customers that might be both participating in motor and drive efficiency as well as lighting efficiency, for example, the same customer? So customer counts, it may not be discrete individual customers participating in different segments of this business comprehensive.
I think that is accurate, yes.
Which of the, and I'm looking at page 41, and it goes on to page 42. Do you have any data on what, like for instance, motor and drive efficiency, that might be helpful to the oil and gas segment, right?
Yep. So
and they go ahead.
We have a lot of the energy used in the oil and gas segment has to do with motors, right? Whether they're powering pumps, compressor stations, actual oil wells. And we have a pretty long history working and refining the offerings for those customers. And I'm going back probably 10 years in New Mexico, working with our third-party evaluator to help understand which specific pieces of equipment can be prescriptive rebates and which have to be custom. And we've even seen pieces of technology that are specific to that industry go from very innovative applications and innovative uses, and through our programs we've promoted them and we've effectively made them standard equipment. And now from a net to gross standpoint, we can't claim any savings for them because customers know, and that's just what they do. And so an example would be a pump off controller, which is it's a way to turn on and off a pump on an oil well. And it is a smarter approach to just running it at the same speed all the time. And 10 years ago, we helped to get a whole bunch of wells equipped with them, and now it's to the point where they're effectively standard equipment, and we don't claim them as rebates anymore. We don't offer them and we don't claim it as savings. So yeah, there's a lot of motors, and there's a lot of very unique use cases of those motors in the oil and gas system.
Isn't that part of the point of energy efficiency though, is to move?
It's, yeah, no, it absolutely is. And it's great because you're like, wow, we changed this industry. And then you're also
Exactly.
like, that stinks. We can't get credit for it anymore. We just worked ourselves out of business. And so now we have to go find the next thing. And when that becomes standard, that's kind of where the net to gross comes in, and everybody is, or a higher percentage is a free rider, and we don't get, we're not influencing them anymore. So we shouldn't spend money, we shouldn't spend money to influence customers that have already made that decision, but we also then don't get to get credit for it.
But the innovators keep looking forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, we know that under business comprehensive that, the large customer self-direct isn't very successful because there are no customers in that space, right?
Yeah, no customers have chosen to participate in that space.
And if I'm looking at your revised PY plan year 2022 portfolio, the executive summary table, which is attachment MRS-2, I also noticed that a couple of the segments in the business comprehensive are have UCTs below 1, building tune-up and cooling efficiency, right?
I do not have it open in front of me. I can't. Do you have a page out of the 500, whatever it is?
Oh, you know what? Because I took the attachments and I took them out of the document because it works a lot faster, and made them attachments. So I can't give you a precise page number. It's attachment MRS-2, page 1 of 3.
Okay. I will.
Mr. Schoenheider,
Yes.
it's page 519.
Excellent. I was about to say subject to check. I would agree with you because it does sound correct.
Thank you, Mr. Pearsall. Anyway, and while you're looking for that, I guess what I'm asking is if I wanted to understand the relative successfulness of the different program segments, I could look at MRS-2 for a quick guide. Because you
I
only
think
have,
as a starting point, yes. And I would reference to the observation you had earlier where the participation in one of these segments may not be mutually exclusive to participation in another, right? And an example I would give is in an office building, or we may go in and address the lighting as well as the cooling at the same time. And so, yes, looking at the page 2 of 3 in attachment MRS-2, yes, the building too. Well, if I look at cooling, I think I see a utility cost test of 1.27 and a lighting at 1.16. Yes, 1.27 looks better than 1.16, but that may not tell the whole story because there may be sort of shared customer acquisition costs, or there's definitely interaction between the two measures that a given customer may do. If you reduce your lighting load a whole lot, then you may actually save some cooling, and you'll need potentially a smaller cooling system. And so I think it's a good starting point, but I don't think it's the definitive answer.
where would I look for more granular data on that?
That's a great question. And I think ultimate place to look is on an individual, rebate by rebate. If we were to run a cost test on individual rebates, but it's not practical and we don't do it. And so I don't know that there is a great answer as to where you would find specifically which program, exactly how much better one program is than the other.
Okay, well, that's something we'll revisit maybe in starting in May if I'm fortunate enough to get that case as well. You may not want me for the third one, but in a row, but we'll see where we are at that time. But for now, I'm just trying to, because we're going to be coming back to this pretty quickly. We being the commission and SPS and the interveners and staff, and looking at these issues again soon. And that partly I'm saying that because it colors the discussion for the rest of the afternoon regarding some of the proposed program modifications. But getting back to your testimony, the large customer self-direct, my impression is from talking to you before that a program like that might work in Colorado with customers, maybe customers who might be receptive to that kind of a program. Am I mistaken in that impression?
We do have a large customer self-direct program in Colorado. The mechanics of how it works are a little different than the program that is offered here. And we do have participants in Colorado. If I had to give an opinion as to why we don't have participants in New Mexico, I think there's probably two reasons. One is that the amount that any given customer would contribute into the EUEA funding is limited to $75,000 per year. And so for a customer to qualify for the self-direct program, they have to execute energy efficiency projects on their own and or justify that they've done all that they can do. And I think many customers, understand the value of our programs and understand what they offer, and don't think that they're going to, if they opted out of them and went with the self-direct, the amount of work that they would have to do, in relation to the benefit is probably not worth the $75,000 that they at maximum they contribute.
And I acknowledge you being very careful in the way you're phrasing the answer perfectly appropriately. But in Colorado, why does it work? What type of customer is self-directed, so to speak?
Yep. I'm going to start by talking a little bit about the differences in the programs. So in Colorado, the self-direct program, customers still pay into the energy efficiency rider. We call it the DSMCA in Colorado. And the structure of the self-direct program is basically the rebates for what they do are all slightly higher than through the regular programs. And that extra rebate is intended to compensate the individual customer for doing the administration of their projects. So they are responsible to identify them, calculate the savings, execute the projects, which is the same in both programs, but they're also required to calculate the savings and meter and verify those savings. So there's an administrative burden. And what we found and why we designed the program that way was many of the large, very sophisticated customers do those steps on their own anyway to justify the funding for the projects and to overcome their internal hurdle rates or capital requirements to get the projects funded. And so giving them an option to go through self-direct lets them use that justification instead of us on my team side doing that same work and doubling up on the work. And so I think that different structure is, I believe, the second reason that many customers, or that we do get participation in Colorado, but we don't in New Mexico.
There's also a sector there in Colorado, or sectors. The careful listener might hear the tech sector and the biotech sector potentially being more receptive.
I'm trying to think back to my knowledge of self-direct projects in Colorado. Some of them have been in the tech sector. I believe no, that might be valid. I can't think of any customers that have participated in self-direct in Colorado that are also customers in New Mexico. That doesn't mean they don't exist. They're just not popping into my mind, but.
And would the experience, just very quickly, be similar in Minnesota to Colorado with a type of program like that?
In Minnesota, we have a very similar self-direct offering to the one we have in Colorado. And we have had very limited participation. And the participation we've had in Minnesota has been, to my knowledge, all customers that participated in Colorado and had similar facilities with similar opportunities, and maybe one common energy manager across and said, hey, let's do this over here too. And so it sort of spread in that way.
And we could even have some very, very large companies that are availing themselves of these types of rebates, or do they not care? Is it too small for them to care?
No, our threshold for participation in self-direct in both Colorado and Minnesota was set to really be the largest, sort of most sophisticated customers. And so these are very large, Fortune 200, maybe Fortune 500 companies.
The kinds of companies that are concerned with CFE.
I think those companies are concerned. However, we launched the self-direct program in Colorado as part of our 2009-10 plan, so 12 years ago. And I don't think that companies had exactly the same motivations 12 years ago as they do now.
No. Yeah, I mean, we're talking the last few years now, and we're just seeing, developments like just in New Mexico with the P&M Solar Direct, where you have commercial customers entering into effectively PPAs and going in that direction. But in any event, that's on a different side, on the generation side. But getting back to your testimony, on page 51, we're talking about the planning and research segment budget. You're proposing 1.115 million, 1,115,000, which is approximately 7% of the total portfolio budget of $14,534,799. In plan year 2020, the budget was $800,000. So that's an increase of about $315,000. What accounts for that $315,000?
So the majority of that is, as the portfolio grows, the goals grow, we need to not only expand the scope of our offering. So we have additional offerings to additional customers. We also have to get to a higher percentage of customers. And so we need more of an understanding of the market conditions, as well as we need to do more planning, and it's, it takes more, if you will, administration to run and grow a portfolio than it does to operate one that's at a lower level.
It's at a gross number, $315,000 looks like a lot, but it's actually less of a percentage of the total portfolio budget, isn't it, than the plan year 2020?
I believe it is. And
Go ahead.
We're attempting, you've probably read enough into the potential study to identify that our proposed savings goal and our proposed budgets, the proposed savings goal is well within, or it's within the range of the reference case and the maximum achievable potential case. The amount of money that the potential study identifies would be needed as a budget to execute on that is well above the budget that we're proposing. And, keeping admin in check is part of that. And so I think we have, what we have proposed is very aggressive on the budget side in sort of all cases.
But if I were asked or had to analyze this issue, why is there such an increase for this period? One thing I might point out is that looking at plan year 2020 that was approved in 19140, our last case, 800,000 divided by $9,511,304 is 8.41% of the budget. So proportionally, it's actually about almost a point and a half less of the budget.
Agreed.
Okay. Page 55, carbon dioxide emission costs. How do you price carbon? What reference do you use for that? Page 55, you're asked about supply side benefits.
Specific to New Mexico, I do not know how the value that was used or how carbon dioxide was priced into the marginal energy. That's something I would have to get back to you on.
Oh, well, how have you done it in other jurisdictions? What have you used? What reference guide have you used?
So, for example, in Colorado, there is a legislated cost per ton with an escalation rate that the utility as a whole is required to use in evaluation and planning calculations. And
legislated carbon price.
Yes.
Okay. Minnesota?
Minnesota, I don't believe that there is a legislated price per ton yet.
You wouldn't have taken the Colorado price and plugged it in here in New Mexico, would you?
Not in the generation, in the time we were developing these avoided costs, no, we would not have, because I don't believe it was set yet in law in Colorado. And I know we did not include it in our 21-22 Colorado. Well, it was treated differently in our 21-22 Colorado plan, and this triennial. And again, these avoided costs were not set in this case. They were set in the original triennial case in 2019.
And you understand that in resource planning, the price of carbon is a controversial issue.
Yes. Well, and frankly, it's controversial in energy efficiency and DSM context as well. Well, I don't know if primarily, but one of the large reasons it's controversial is a customer does not see the price of carbon on their bill. And therefore it's, in a lot of cases, not a real cost to average customers. And if I'm gonna leave it there.
Well, you have to finish that sentence.
I think there's a disconnect between what a customer sees on their bill versus the, potentially legislated cost of carbon.
Well, I'm going to ask the question now, since you don't have the answer. It suggested like you might be inviting me to ask a bench request on what reference or how did you set the price of carbon there?
Okay. So
That's-
can I clarify the question I think I heard you ask is related to that question on page 55.
Yes.
What value is used for carbon dioxide emissions costs in the marginal energy avoided revenue requirement?
Exactly. Thank you. That's bench request 1. We'll see if I need to, as we go along here, almost there, but I may have 1 or 2 more of you, Mr. Schoenheider. Let's see. Oh, going to page 59, this is not going to be a bench request issue, I don't think. I'm just curious about on that NEB, that's an acronym, NEB value under the rule. Why did SPS not assume a 20% value reduction in working capital, reduce collection costs, lower bad debt expense, improve customer service, and effectiveness as utility system economic benefits? Basically reading from the rule 17.7.2.9 B4, B as in Bob 4, NMAC. Why didn't you incorporate that NEB value? Just curious.
Yep. As we have demonstrated, we were able to exceed the required minimum spend for low income while keeping the portfolio cost effective and conservatively not including those NEBs.
And I can see that, and this is why partly I'm going to this, is let's look at attachment MRS-5. It's your 2019 program year incentive mechanism breakout. If I look at that table, I can see that your low income spend for 2019 was $2 million approximately. $2,228 to be exact. Is that right? Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Your low income spend requirement was just under $500,000.
Correct. I believe it's 5% of our
Right.
budget.
So you didn't feel the need to do the NAB assumption based on robust low income spending.
Yes, we were able to exceed, and in the case of 2019 in the exhibit you're referencing, quadrupled approximately the amount of low income spend we needed to do and still maintain the portfolio at a UCT above 1 without including those extra benefits.
I skipped the question that I have to ask, and then we'll get right back to this because it goes to the 2021 incentive mechanism calculation, and I'll get to that. But I noticed that earlier on I had in my notes that I wanted to ask you about refrigerator recycling and the low UCT. I actually have 2 questions. For measuring performance, what is the cost benefit ratio test in the cost benefit test, if you will, in Colorado and Minnesota? Are they similar to the UCT test?
Minnesota, we use two tests. One is the UCT, and one is what's called the societal test. It is very similar to a total resource cost test. And the portfolio sort of has a threshold of both tests have to pass. You have to, for a given segment, has to have a positive TRC or societal and a positive UCT. And then our incentive mechanism is based on the UCT. So it's kind of similar to New Mexico in that regard. Colorado, we solely have what's called the modified TRC test. And it's, again, it's a very close to a TRC test. And we have some, now they're actually relatively complicated, adders for various things. But
Various things like what?
Non-energy benefits and different amounts for different fuel types and for different customer classes, such as income qualified versus market rate customers.
Okay. Moving in the direction of a social cost of carbon. I'm just making an analogy.
Yeah, well, in Colorado, we will have, again, that legally defined social cost of carbon and methane in our next, well, it'll come up in our strategic issues docket, which will be coming up here in the first part of next year. But it's a similar case where the structure is defined, and then you may play out a whole plan year with that structure, even if, you know, other things, just like we're talking about here, we're still using avoided costs from the triennial, even though we're talking about plan year 2022 separately.
Would you expect New Mexico to move in the direction of Colorado eventually, regulatorily?
I don't think I have an opinion on that.
Okay. I won't ask you for one, but I will ask you about refrigerator recycling. Comparably speaking, do those programs work in Minnesota and Colorado? And is that giving you some sense of confidence that you can get it to work in New Mexico as well?
Yes.
You said they do.
Yes, we have cost-effective refrigerator recycling programs in both Colorado and Minnesota.
Okay. Let's get back to the incentive mechanism. I think that's where I was going next. It's starting on page 67. And I guess this may let Mr. Adams off the hook somewhat, but on page 13 of his testimony, his errata corrected testimony, he said that you calculated the $1,324,465 plan years 2021 and 2022 incentive. Where is that calculation in the record? And you can see now why I'm asking, because I went to MRS5 and you show the low income spend, and I couldn't find anything for that $1.3 million calculation for plan years 2021 and 2022. And let me ask a preliminary question. Why are you combining those two? That's a net incentive. So just please explain for me, what is the net incentive? And I can get into a little bit more of it where Mr. Adams talks about. In fact, let me do that now. Do you have his testimony?
I can pull it up, yes.
Okay. I thought it was a typo at first, but I realized that on page 4 of his testimony, and you can tell me if you're familiar with it, he says the maximum plan year 2022 incentive that can be earned is $1,052,319. And that would have an estimated incremental impact on the EE rider above the 3.797% funding level of 0.275%. Now, elsewhere in his testimony, that's the only place you see that 0.275% figure. The rest of the time, we're talking about the impact of the rider incentive at 0.0346%. Do you follow me so far?
No. And
I'm sorry. Well, let me take it back up with him, and I might have to come back to you.
That's
But
where I was gonna
he,
recommend, yes.
but he did refer to you for the calculation that I can't find in the record for the net incentive,
Okay, and
1.3 million.
1.3 million. So if I could point you at attachment MRS 7.
Yeah,
And this is the plan year, the plan year 2022 with the revised savings target and the same incentive mechanism, but moved up to start at 44 gigawatt hours. If we were to achieve the estimated savings in the plan of 56 gigawatt hours at the exact estimated spend of 14.5 million, we would end up with a calculated incentive of 1.03 million for plan year 2022.
and then according to Mr. Adams' testimony, the 2021 incentive is that $1,052,000 figure, right? So where are you coming up with the net number of 1.3 million?
I see. I don't think I'm tracking back to Mr. Adams' testimony on the net of 1.3 million.
It's on page 4 of his testimony, and he says somewhere in here that you gave him the $1.3 million.
1.03 or 1.3?
$1,324,465. That's I guess the 2021 calculated incentive. Estimated incentive, I guess, because we're still in 2021.
Hearing Examiner Maderos, can you
Yes, sir.
can you tell me the line that you're looking at on page 4 of Mr. Adams' testimony?
I'm looking for that. Yeah, I was looking at basically starting on line 9 and going to line 12. But what I'm trying to find now is that other number. I couldn't have pulled it out of thin air. There's somewhere else in here where Mr. Adams says he got a number from you, the $1.3 million number.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that number out of context. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's on page 13. Mr. Pearsall, Mr. Schoenreider.
Thank you.
As an example, at $1,324,465 in parens, calculated by Mr. Schoenreider, the net incentive for PYs 2021 and 2022 is estimated to have a 0.346% impact on customer bills, semicolon. However, actual recovery of 0.346% will not equal exactly $1,324,465. And I'll just stop there.
Okay. I need to check and find where that 1.3 number comes from because it's not ringing a bell.
You can see now going back to when I paused on 0.275 and I realized he's talking about only half of the equation, right? The PY 2022.
Yep.
Because we're talking about a net now of PY 2021 and 2021 and 2022. And the 2021 figure must be higher, mustn't it not be, to come up with that number?
believe-
I think your council wanted to interject something, and I'm
Well-
going to allow him to.
I was just gonna point you to if you know, I think where that number comes from, hearing examiner Maderos, is in the errata to JHA1.
Yes,
And then if you look at page 2 of 2, lines, the 4 through 10, it's the the calculation of all the numbers that add up into the 1.324.
well, you're talking about JHA, Mr. Adams' name, -2, errata, page 1 of 1,
-1,
correct?
-1, page 2.
Oh, -1.
And line 3 says incentive, and then lines 4 through 10 have the various inputs that add up to the 1.3, or that net to that.
Okay, you could see the confusion though, because I'm looking at MRS-5, which provides the mechanism formula breakout of how you ended up with a total 2019 incentive of $707,504, correct?
I'm sorry, please repeat that number.
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry. $707,504. And what I'm trying to get to is to ask for similar calculations, understanding that it's estimated for, well, 2021 is missing. We have 2020 MRS-6, which is simply shows the incentive mechanism that we're familiar with. And the same is true for MRS-7. But what I'm looking for is that different analysis that I see in MRS-5. Is it possible to create those for 2021 and 2022, understanding surely you came up with a number, so you must have some idea of estimates that you could use, like projected low-income spend. Is it feasible to do that, Mr. Schoenheider? And have you already performed those?
I mean, this is a calculation that we typically perform as part of developing our annual status report, with year-end values that include, not only the spend, but also savings, inclusive of the net to gross values that are determined in some cases after the plan year is complete. So I think we can generate the document with the caveat that it is estimated, and those are our best estimate is subject to change given how the rest of the year plays out for 2021, as well as net to gross. 2020, I believe this is already included in our filed DSM status report, which we would have filed in roughly May 1st of 2021.
Why isn't it in here?
That is a good question.
Could you please provide it? I could go look for it, but I'm not going to say why, but it'll take a little bit longer than I want to spend
Yep,
to find it.
We will provide it.
You'd be surprised that finding the annual report sometimes isn't necessarily easy.
Understood.
So, yeah, you came up with these estimates for the incentives. I'd like to understand them on a more detailed level along the lines of the data that you provided for MRS-5 for 2019. And with the caveat that they're estimated numbers, and you can cite the hearing examiner's acknowledgement of that and acknowledgement of your testimony that they're estimates.
Understood.
Okay, that's bench request number 2. And that takes care of that question for Mr. Adams. And basically what I'm looking for are, and you already created one, just need to be provided in this record for plan year 2021, the calculated incentive along the lines of plan year 2019, which is MRS-5, and then a similar calculation for the plan year 2022 incentive.
If I may,
Yes.
The value of the incentive in a given year is based on the total spend and the achieved net customer gigawatt hours. And we've tried to provide that on MRS-6 for 2020. The detail that is added in MRS-5 in some ways shows the check boxes, if you will, that we have to accomplish in order to earn the incentive. And for example, that low income adjustment section is sort of a binary, yes, they've met this requirement, or no, they haven't. And so the the ultimate calculation.
Well, whatever you've provided for 2021 already, you say it's along the lines of MRS-5?
Well, for 2020, 2021 is still in progress.
But you do have numbers.
For 2020, we do.
Okay. Yes, I'd like that for 2020 as well, obviously, in the record here. It should have been, no criticism. I just think it should have been included as an exhibit as well here for completeness of the record, because it is on the same issue.
Okay.
And it is a contested issue, by the way, too.
The numerical answer will be that $685,084 as shown on the bottom of MRS-6. The added detail I think we can provide that's shown on MRS-5 for 2019 is, in table form, what was your required low income spend? What did you actually spend? Was there a shortfall? No. Did you meet it? Yes.
And that's what you provided with the annual report?
We definitely did it at a minimum text form, but I believe we would have used the same table form that's shown in MRS-5, and we'll provide it.
And do the best that you can, understanding that it's a checkbox exercise for 2021 and 2022.
For 21 and 22, it can be based off of forecasts, although in
Well,
one
how did you arrive at the number without the forecast then?
for 2022.
And 2021, your estimates of the incentive?
Agree. So the estimates of the incentive, when we file a plan, we plug in the estimated achievement and spend at the time of creation of the plan. And we did the same exercise for 2022 here, but instead of when we filed the original triennial, we did it as part of this case because the goals went up significantly, the spend went up significantly, and we raised the start of where the incentive mechanism started. And so the values that you see in MRS 7 is effectively if we were to execute the plan exactly as filed with the exact amount of savings and the exact amount of spend would result in the calculated incentive that's shown, the 1.031971 million.
I understand.
Okay. As we've been operating, so we had a similar filing in the triennial showing the 2021 estimated incentive. And that was filed as part of the last triennial. And I think what you're asking for, just to be clear, is has that estimate changed given how 2021 has played out, given that we're 6 weeks away from the end of the year?
Yes.
Okay, we
In part.
can generate that in for 2021.
Yes. And then whatever you can generate for 2022 as well, right?
Well, for 2022, our best knowledge is what's currently contained in MRS 7.
That's it.
That is it.
Okay, just 2021 then. That's actually the missing link anyway.
Okay.
That's accepted for 2022 then. Now, you talk about just recalibrating the incentive, and you propose the same incentive mechanism that was approved in the triennial filing in 2019. And you do acknowledge, though, that it has been recalibrated. Didn't Mr. Brandt, looking at his testimony that you filed rebuttal on, didn't he just do a recalibration too? He didn't do an entirely different new incentive mechanism. He just recalibrated it to make it slightly more incentivizing.
So the way I would phrase it is we took the block, that's the incentive mechanism, and we moved it. And instead of the minimum threshold to get an incentive starting at 33 gigawatt hours, we moved the whole thing up to start at 44. And we can talk a little bit about 44 in the context of the potential study and in the context of the previous goal. And I think that would be an area to explore. But we didn't change, the percentages that were, the maximum percentage, which is set at the WAC, and we didn't change the size of the steps, which is where our recommendations, one of the two places our recommendation differs from Mr. Brandt's. I believe his recommendation wants to move the starting point even higher, and then also to sort of stretch out the steps and give a smaller percentage of budget for each incremental gigawatt hour of achievement. And we feel that that is changing the mechanism from what all of us agreed to as part of settlement.
I see. So your position is that CAE is now changing a settlement position. Now, bear in mind, this is one of the contested issues that will need to be briefed, Mr. Pearsall and Ms. Lynch and Mr. Borman. Because SPS requested approval of the incentive mechanism here. And I understand why you did it, because you recalibrated it. And so it needs to be approved. But arguably this issue now is in play. And you just added another little wrinkle to it, which is, well, wait a minute. We agreed to an incentive mechanism with CCA among the parties who reached the stipulation, and now CCA and the last year of the program, or actually looking forward, is now changing. Why can't we address this? And now I'm testifying for you, right? Why can't we address this in the new triennial plan?
Well, and that is one of the relevant points is we're talking about an incentive mechanism that is only applicable to plan year 2022. You know, we fully expect it to be discussed as part of the full litigated case, or the full case is the next triennial.
I understand. I just need to take the issues as I receive them and understand them.
Yep.
And okay. So just let's back up a second. I'm almost done, Mr. Schoenheider, but the standard for the company achieving financial incentive is satisfactory program performance. Would you agree?
I would agree.
What do you consider satisfactory program performance? Is it 44 gigawatt hours, or is it 54, or is it 56, or some other number?
Well, I think
gigawatt hours.
We obviously put forward a number of 44, which is what we believe is the appropriate threshold to start earning an incentive. I think there are multiple pieces of information that informed our recommendation there. One of which is that it is a significantly higher threshold than the previous incentive mechanism. It's a little over a 33% increase from the previous. One of which is, as I alluded to earlier, where it fits in the realm of the potential study, achievable potential. And we can go into a little bit of depth there if you'd like, but the high level answer is that if we look at I'm missing the name for a second, the reference case in the potential study, the reference achievable potential in plan year 2022, the potential study, the reference case, has about 45 gigawatt hours of gross achievable potential in the reference case. And it has more in the maximum achievable case, or the maximum achievable case. We have been operating and are currently operating under the approved triennial in the reference case. So momentum and everything and is with how we're operating in 2021, which is very similar to that reference case. Any sort of a ramp up or increase in savings will take time. And on the surface of it, 45 gigawatt hours sounds great, right? You said 44, you're setting the bar low. I
didn't say that.
Well, that's fair. That 45 is the gross savings. It is not the net savings. And our portfolio average net to gross, as we talked about earlier, is approximately 78%. And so if one was to multiply the 45 gigawatt hours of achievable reference case potential by the 78%, you'd end up with about 35 gigawatt hours of net achievable potential in the reference case. And so the threshold that we have set at 44 for the minimum to earn any incentive is well above sort of business as usual operations combined with the potential study. We feel it's very aggressive. You know, and at the end of the day, 2 gigawatt hours may not sound like much, but we feel that 44 is the right number and 46 is too high.
But you think you're going to achieve 56.
I'm sorry, please repeat that.
You, the company, think you're going to achieve 56 in 2022.
We hope to achieve 56. That is and there are business risks associated with achievement, right? We recognize and understand that the portfolio needs to grow to meet the requirements of the proposed adjusted EUEA that we have in this case. And we have to get there, and, you know, we're setting our sights high. We could have easily, you know, backed down our forecast for 2022 to, you know, 50 gigawatt hours or 48 or 52. That is a number that the company is putting forward with what we hope to achieve. There is no surety we will achieve it. You know, when we were having this discussion 2 years ago, nobody knew of a global pandemic and supply chain issues. And, you know, those are very real business concerns that we're not sure have been resolved yet. And so there is a lot of uncertainty, and the difference again is below this threshold, there is no incentive for the company. And that is a very real business risk of, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I think just overall, the 269,000 megawatt hours, the 270,000 megawatt hours is an ambitious goal that you've set. And I don't think Mr. Brandt would disagree with that. He says the annual savings goals of approximately, on average, and I'm paraphrasing, 54 gigawatt hours per year still represents a significant expansion in SPS's DSM programs over recent achievement.
Yes. Well, and if you were to, you know, look at that number, right, the roughly 54 gigawatt hour averaged out, and I know in Mr. Brandt's rebuttal, he mentioned the minimum threshold as a percentage of our forecasted target as one way to look at how to set that. You could similarly look at the minimum threshold as a percentage of that average annualized goal. And if you took the 54 roughly gigawatt hours and you know, multiplied that by the 80%, I think he was talking about, or 78 or 82, that comes in about 43 gigawatt hours, which is less than our proposed threshold. So I think there are a lot of different ways to look at it and a lot of different factors that come in, and we believe 44 was very aggressive, and, you know, it's a position we're willing to go with.
The 44 is below what you need to be obtaining. And I'm just going to discuss this with you. I'm not taking a position. It's almost just devil's advocate, quite frankly. But 44 is below what you need to achieve if you're going on the 54 gigawatt hour per year average. And so someone might argue that in order to earn an incentive, satisfactory performance is 54 gigawatt hours per year. Do you follow me?
I understand what you are saying.
It's not my position.
Yeah, no, I understand the math.
But
is that in order to earn an incentive, one could postulate that you would have to hit your average savings every single year to earn an incentive. Now, I would also put out there, for sake of discussion, that SPS could have, let's say we had to average 54 every year. We could have 2 years of 50, 1 year of 54, and 2 years of 58. That would average 54. However, we would only earn an incentive in 3 out of 5 years, but we still met the EUEA. And on top of that, we talked earlier about sort of portfolio inertia. You cannot jump a portfolio. You can't double it in a year. There is going to be a progression in order to grow a portfolio. It's not going to, it's just like a car can't go from 0 to 60 instantaneously. You have to go, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 miles an hour.
It may seem like a pain, but these discussions are very helpful in understanding the issues and your elaboration on it. So I appreciate you working with me to understand it, because you may see 56 gigawatt hours as the target that you can achieve and obtain that incentive, but in year 2 it may be 50. In year 3 it could be 60. It's hard to say at this point. But you're on that limit. Would you expect year 2 be less than 56 or more at this point? Is there any way for you to just guesstimate?
Well, aspirationally, I would hope it would be more. I would hope that we are learning and growing our portfolio faster than certain things are falling off. We talked earlier about, as technology advances, as the market penetration of certain measures increases, we effectively get a lower net to gross on those for work that we have helped to do to transform the market. And so we're going to see measures fall off the list, right? Or we will get less credit. And so there's a fight, for lack of a better term, between bringing on and growing programs versus being too successful and losing attribution for other programs. So I would hope, and the vision I give my team is, we need to grow the portfolio, and any and all measures should be identified and evaluated and tried out. We have multiple measures, as we pointed out, in the portfolio that may have a utility cost test less than 1. We are allowed to do that as long as the portfolio is cost effective. And frankly, if we're going to grow the portfolio to the levels required by the EUEA, we are going to have to take chances and learn and make corrections as we go. Refrigerator recycling, we think we can continue to improve the cost effectiveness. We may not be able to. We may have to pare it out later in the time horizon, but that's one example, and we're going to have many programs along those same lines that we're gonna have to try new things, and if they learn what we can from them to make them better, and or potentially ultimately remove them from the portfolio.
What's your minimum achievement threshold in 2022?
In order to earn an incentive?
Yeah, and I'm looking back at comparing it to MRS 5 to get an idea, because what I'm looking at is in the incentive, I'm thinking that the 33 gigawatt hours for the 5.9 performance incentive percentage at that tranche, that was below, or was that was not the minimum threshold was what? Do you recall?
In 2020 and 2021, the minimum to earn an incentive was 33 gigawatt hours.
Right.
And we have increased that in 2022. We're proposing to increase that to 44.
But your goal was what? It wasn't 33, was it? It was higher.
I believe it was close to 39 to 40.
Yeah, I'm not going to search for it right now. I'll go look for it, but I'm trying to get an idea, a reference point for looking forward when the commission approved that incentive. You had a target that was substantially or somewhat higher than the minimum threshold for
And I
an
think
incentive.
that's the crux of Witness Brandt's disagreement is what I think he did, and I was asking earlier to try to understand where the 82 and the 78% came from, but what I think he did was took the filed, our filed target, and took the threshold divided by the filed target and came up with a slightly higher percentage. I think his argument is, in this plan, your threshold as compared to your filed target isn't as high, and it should therefore be higher. And I don't disagree with the math, but I don't think that's the only point of reference. I think there are multiple points of reference. One is, what would the average savings need to be over the horizon that we're talking about, which we talked about was 54 gigawatt hours. And, if you went with that same percentage model, it would get you down to a 43 gigawatt hour threshold. And another is, what does the potential study have to say about what is available potential, achievable potential, in 2022 net, once you include net to gross, which we're well above that. So I think there are many different data points you can use to sort of triangulate in on an appropriate minimum savings threshold.
And this is your opportunity to make your case, because when I read the rebuttal, I didn't see this analysis that you're talking about. So this is your opportunity to make your case in evidence that will support your position. So do you have anything to add on it that amplifies on your position about why this incentive mechanism, recalibrated as you have it, is appropriate for one plan year?
Yeah, I think I think the strongest point that we talked through, but I didn't go through it on each exhibit. We can, if that would be helpful, is how this minimum threshold relates to the achievable potential from the potential study for 2022. And if it'd be helpful to walk through the actual figures and where those numbers come from, we can do that now.
I don't think it's up to you, Mr. Schoenheider. I'm taxing you, and I and the court reporter, obviously. So if you feel that's important to make a case on what appears to be is going to leave the hearing potentially, we'll see what Mr. Brandt says, but it looks like it will leave this hearing as a contested issue. So and my sense of the matter is, and I have a pretty good sense for these things, is that it's something I'm going to have to pay attention to and explain to the commission.
Okay, let's walk through the numbers a little more succinctly to make that case easier.
And Ms. Schoenheider, remember when I'm going back and I'm asking for the additional, the way you calculated the incentive, you can see why I asked for that maybe now a little bit more, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if you would turn to page 24 of the potential study, which is, I'm sorry, it's page 24 of 443 in attachment MRS1. Table 2-1 lists the total electric cumulative gross achievable potential for maximum achievable and reference scenarios. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. In that table, the bottom half shows the cumulative savings in gigawatt hours for the reference scenario for the achievable potential for various years. In 2021, it shows cumulative savings of 42 gigawatt hours, and in 2022, it shows 97 gigawatt hours. And I think I did my quick back of the envelope math incorrectly. So we will fix that right now. If we subtract 97 gigawatt hours from 42, we have 55 gigawatt hours of gross achievable potential. Gross. And if we were to multiply that 55 gigawatt hours by the net to gross factor that we referenced earlier of 78%, we end up with 42.9 gigawatt hours of net achievable potential in the reference scenario.
In fact, you end up at 43 because it's actually 79% when you round up, right?
We can round up to 79. So yes, 43.45 if you use 79% net to gross. And that is the minimum threshold that we have set to earn an incentive, is just above that at 44 gigawatt hours.
Okay, very good. Is that your explanation?
That is my explanation.
Understood, thank you. We'll see what works, but I appreciate the explanation because, and that will, again, mark this for briefing to analyze the issue, both with regard to the legal standard of satisfactory performance, and then whatever evidence on both sides of the issue. And I have an explanation from the company now that I understand at least. And I thank you for it, Mr. Schoenheider. And at this point, I'm going to let you take a break. And I think we all need to take a break and then have Mr. Adams testify. But I'd like to make it a short break. Well, Mr. Pearsall, Ms. Schoenheider, you are temporarily excused. Hopefully I won't have to call you back, but we'll see what happens with Mr. Brandt, mostly Mr. Brandt. I'm not forgetting about Ms. Leyva Tercero, but staff isn't contesting any of the programs, right? And so I may have to ask you to testify again about where we end up on those potential problems. To the extent we already addressed a little bit in terms of maybe looking forward and analyzing the issues in the new triennial plan, as opposed to requiring the changes now, but we'll explore that with Mr. Brandt. In the meantime, we need to hear from Mr. Adams, and I need to hear from Mr. Pearsall about when Mr. Adams will be available.
He is available, I believe right now. He is just on the YouTube link so as to save bandwidth. He can log in as soon as we're ready to call him.
Well, let's take a 5-minute break, a quick break, and we'll put Mr. Adams on. And then Mr. Adams won't be on very long, I don't think. And then we'll have Mr. Brandt afterwards, and we may have a longer break after Mr. Adams. But I want to get, so I want to get Mr. Adams on now in about 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yes.
3:15? Okay. Mr. Schoenheider, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Hearing Examiner Maderos.
Yes, sir.
We had, we wrapped up. So abruptly is not quite the right word, but quicker than I thought we were with Mr. Schoenheider. And I had one redirect question.
Oh, gosh.
We're not on the rec. Did you want to?
No, I know we're not on the record.
No, I apologize. And if you would like, why don't we?
He's logging back on here short. Like we've told him he's going to log right back in.
Okay, and then let's if we get him logged back in, let's do the redirect first, just to stay in order.
Okay.
And I apologize for skipping over that.
Oh, not a problem. And it's just one question, so I don't think it'll derail us at all.
Okay. I'm just waiting for him to admit him. I haven't seen him yet. I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm sorry for just trying to move us along, as you know.
I understand. Well, hopefully it'll be helpful.
Okay, here he is. Okay, Ms. Gonzalez, let's, Mr. Pearsall, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Maderos. Mr. Schoenheider, do you recall earlier today before the lunch break that you were talking with the hearing examiner regarding demand response measures and the EUEA goals?
Yes.
And is there anything that you wanted to add to that discussion for potential clarification?
Yeah, when we were discussing it, I think the topic came up of can demand management help with the EUEA goals? And the thing that I did not say clearly, and I wanted to make sure was on the record and understood, is that when we talk about demand management programs, we're generally talking about programs that save demand, KW, and not programs that save KWH. And so expansion or adding demand management programs may increase the KW that we save, but would not affect the EUEA, as the EUEA goal is in KWH. So I wanted to clearly separate the concepts of demand from energy savings in that context.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, but I have Mr. Schoenheider, so I want to pursue this a little bit more. Thank you, Mr. Pearsall. So the DM term is confusing because you have DSM and then you have DR, and now we are using DM without the S in between. And we're talking about saving kilowatts, right? Relatively recently, utilities, as part of their energy efficiency plans, had the DM programs, and you still do, in part in the residential thermostat category. And so there's some confusion, I guess. I guess my question is that some of the resistance to placing DM programs in EUEA plans?
Let me, maybe before I answer that directly, let me try to clarify terminology as I have used it and as am I muted? No, good. So the term DSM, demand side management, historically has referred to or has had components of both energy efficiency, where a customer will effectively get the same work done but with less energy input, and demand management or demand response is the more historically used term, right? So energy efficiency and demand response were
Right.
both components of a demand side management program. And throughout history, kind of at the, not specific to New Mexico, but in the larger geographic context, a lot of the programs were initially built, back in the 80s and 90s and even the early 2000s to primarily reduce the need to build new generation assets. And to do that, demand response was a very large piece of that. And energy efficiency helps because if you're, using less all the time, you're using less during the peak and not peak. As the world sort of shifted its focus more towards carbon and to reducing the, CO2 generation, global warming, the initial focus in, from probably the early 2010 to in the last couple of years was really on energy efficiency and saving kilowatt hours. And that is solely in the realm of energy efficiency, and demand response doesn't really save much energy. And so they're both still parts of DSM, but they're kind of different parts are weighted more or less. And what we're finding now is we're moving much more towards much more towards demand management, because every kilowatt hour we save used to be in many places 100% carbon or all either coal or natural gas. And now as you get more and more renewables in, the amount of carbon that you're saving is less per kWh. And so we're sort of moving back towards demand management. And the interesting part is every kilowatt hour doesn't have the same amount of carbon in it anymore. So a kilowatt hour when there's a whole lot of wind on the system, or if wind is on the margin, actually has 0 carbon. So if you save a kilowatt hour when wind is on the margin, you're likely not saving any carbon. Now, if you save a kilowatt hour when a coal plant or a gas plant is on the margin, you're saving much more carbon. And so the timing of when you save and when you use energy is much more important in reducing carbon. And that's where demand management, which is kind of the evolution of demand response, that's where demand management comes into it.
And load shifting.
Yes.
But why can't we use the term load management anymore like we used in the Energy Efficiency Act? Because it talks about both in terms of disincentives, and I'm painfully immersed in that area because of the decoupling proposal or proposals, but also on the incentive side because it talks about earning a profit on cost-effective energy efficiency.
Earning
opportunity to earn a profit on cost-effective energy efficiency and load management resources. That with satisfactory program performance, the standard, is financially more attractive to the utility than supply side resources. That's right verbatim out of the policy in the EUEA at section 6217-3.
And
so it's still a component, at least as far as the act is concerned.
Agreed. And I think that load management is a good synonym, for lack of a better term, of demand management. So I think you can use those two interchangeably. However, I'm not aware of a quantitative goal in the EUEA related to load management or KW savings. It's related to KWH savings, energy efficiency.
Because that's a measure, but you should also, according to the statute, arguably get credit for for effective load management programs. And there should be a way of quantifying that or crediting the company for effective measures taken on the load management side. And I prefer, frankly, the old terminology of energy efficiency on one side. It's just easier for me. and load management on the other. Then you got demand in the middle of it. You know, in DSM, usually you're thinking of energy efficiency measures for the most part. And then you add DM in the middle and it just gets confusing,
Yeah,
more confusing.
I believe that the company does have an opportunity to earn on if we spend on load management as part of this plan. And while doing so, we still meet our energy savings goals and therefore we earn an incentive. We would also earn an incentive on the spend that was for load management as well as the spend that was on EE.
Well, load management is going to become increasingly a critical component as we move to a more flexible grid. Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
So why shouldn't an incentive mechanism factor that in? It should.
I agree that it should, and you know
And
the
it's
next
supportable
incentive
under the
mechanism-
statute.
Yeah, I
And
don't
it's-
disagree. I don't think this is the venue that we would, I think that would be sort of revising the incentive mechanism that was agreed to in stipulation even more so. Now than the next triennial.
No. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the next go around in the triennial plan. Not here, no. But if I don't have this discussion with you now, I might not see it in the next, or the commission may not see it in the next, the thinking on this going forward. It's not anything that, but you'll see a discussion maybe from some of the commissioners about, hey, what about that? You know, at this early stage, at this early iteration. And I can say maybe that the company is thinking about that and they've committed to doing something. I will see what happens in the triennial plan, but I can see that as a critical component going forward. And frankly, it's supportable right in the language of the statute on the issue of incentives and disincentives. So I'm glad you asked that redirect, Mr. Pearsall. Anything to add, Mr. Schoenheider?
Nothing to add.
Okay, but you got, did I get my point across? To the
Yes.
extent okay. All right, thank you. But I would be interested in seeing an incentive mechanism that credited somehow a robust load management component or demand management, if you will, or demand response. But trust me, it will come up again in the proper context starting in May 2022. And I appreciate you coming back on the line for this for that redirect. And now we'll move to thank you, Mr. Schoenheider.
Thank you.
Okay, now SPS, Mr. Pearsall, would you please call your second and last witness in this case?
Yes. SPS calls Justin Brandt, or not Justin Brandt, I'm looking at his name, Justin Adams. That's the problem with Zoom.
We have two Justins.
Yes. Mr. Adams, can you state your name for the record?
Justin Howard Adams.
And can you identify your place of employment and your work address?
Southwestern Public Service Company, 790 South Buchanan, Amarillo, Texas.
And what is
wait, would you like me to swear him in?
Oh.
Or raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give and that you have given is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams, what is your position at SPS?
I'm a pricing analyst.
And can you briefly describe what your responsibilities are as a pricing analyst?
Yeah, I develop new rate and pricing structures as well as modify existing ones.
Okay. And did you prepare testimony in this case?
I did.
And do you have with you what is marked as SPS Exhibit 3?
I do.
And can you identify that for the record?
That is my direct testimony.
And are there any attachments to your direct testimony?
Yes, there are.
And can you identify those for the record?
I can. JHA1 is going to be the 2022 EE plan budget and revenue calculation. JHA2 is going to be the 2022 energy efficiency rider rate calculation. JHA3 is going to be the customer bill impacts. JHA4 is the proposed tariff rider for 2022, and JHA5 are my various work papers.
And do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
Yes, those corrections were SPS made in the notice of errata.
Okay. And can you briefly describe why those corrections were necessary?
Yes. We inadvertently included the EE potential study costs twice, essentially, once in the rider, the rider rate, essentially, and then also in Mr. Schoenheider's program budget calculation.
Okay. And do you have with you what is marked as SPS Exhibit 4?
I do.
And can you identify what SPS Exhibit 4 is?
Yep, that's the notice of errata.
Okay. And this notice of errata, does it have attached to it substitute pages and exhibits that reflect the corrections that you were just describing?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And will you please walk us through those corrections for the record?
Sure can. Yeah. So I'm going to start, and obviously the notice of errata, I'm going to start on essentially it's page 3 of my direct testimony. On line 13, rider is strike through in place of budget. Moving on to page 5 of my direct testimony. In line 3, the word rider is struck out in place of budget. Moving down the page to lines 12 through 14, starting at the word adding and ending at the word proposed, that sentence is all struck out. Moving on to page 6, in line 1, 4.208% is struck out in place of 4.143%. And then in line 2, starting at the word and going to the end of the sentence is struck out. So moving on to page 10, in line 17, there's a strike through for the I in the colon there. Lines 18, starting in lines 18 and going to 19, starting at the semicolon and going to the period at the end of the sentence is struck out. Let's see, page 15, starting at line 1, going to line 7 is all struck out. Page 16, excuse me. Page 16, the table JHA2, there are 2 columns that were removed from this table. Those are both regarded the EE potential study amounts. The last 2 columns of the said table were adjusted to reflect the removal of the EE potential study from the rider.
I'm sorry, we're adjusted to reflect.
The removal of the EE potential study in the rider.
And Mr. Adams, can you slow down just slightly, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Definitely. Okay, so on page 17, in line 7, 4.208% is struck out in place of 4.143%. And then further on the same line, 0.091% is struck out in place of 1.026%. And then the remainder of these changes will have taken place in my actual attachments, which are all just renamed with the errata on the end. And those are, I guess, those are kind of the de facto attachments, I guess, we're to be using. They just, all of them reflect the changes that were just mentioned in my direct testimony.
And effectively, the attachments errata, JHA1, JHA2, JHA3, 4, and 5,
Mm-hmm.
the versions of those that are labeled errata and attached to the notice of errata are intended to just substitute in whole for those that were attached to your direct testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Adams, if I were to ask you all of the questions in your direct testimony you marked as SPS Exhibit 3, would your answers as corrected by the errata that you described in the notice of errata, would those answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Hearing examiner Maderos, I would move for admission of SPS Exhibit 3 and SPS Exhibit 4.
Any objection? SPS exhibits 3 and 4 are admitted.
And I will pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Pearsall. Ms. Lynch, are you on the line? Do you have any questions of Mr. Adams?
I'm here and I don't have any questions.
Okay. Mr. Borman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Maderos. I do have just something really brief. Good afternoon, Mr. Adams.
Good afternoon.
Were you able to watch or listen when I was cross-examining Mr. Schoenheider?
I was, yes.
Okay, and do you recall when I asked Mr. Schoenheider about staff's recommendations in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and let me go to this again. Do you have Ms. Leba-Tercero's testimony available to you?
I did pull it up earlier. You'll give me just a second to kind of get to it real quick.
Okay, and I'm looking at pages 28 and 29.
28 and 29. Okay. Okay, I am there.
Okay, there's a bullet point that starts on page 28.
Okay.
It says, finally, staff recommends approval of SPS's request for authorization. Do you see that?
I do.
And if you read through the this bullet point at the bottom of this page, it says SPS is proposing to recover $250,000 as part of its program budget as a market research cost in the planning and research segment through its 2022 EE rider and the remaining $250,000 of the EE potential study as part of its program budget as a market research cost within its planning and research segment in its 2023 rider. Staff does not take issue with this request. However, staff recommends that SPS reconcile its EE rider annually going forward, consistent with section 62-17-6D of the EUEA and consistent with prior SPS practice when energy efficiency plan filings were required annually. Do you see that section?
I do.
That recommend. Do you have a position on that recommendation?
I will say it is SPS's intention to abide, by the EUA and file reconciliation annually.
So you would agree with staff's recommendation here?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you then. I have no further questions.
That begs the question. Thank you, Mr. Borman. That begs the question, Mr. Adams. SPS has not been filing that annual reconciliation to date. Is that right?
I believe we did not file it in 2021 is kind of due to the pandemic. That was kind of we did not file it in 2021, but moving forward, we plan to do that.
Because of the pandemic.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now looking at your testimony, you were on the video feed when I was asking Mr. Schoenheider about your testimony. And I'm looking now at your JHA-1 errata,
Okay.
page 2 of 2.
Okay.
And this is actually the figure that Mr. Pearsall pointed me toward. There, that figure on line 10, the total reconciled incentive of $1,324,465.
Yes.
The line just above it for the 2022 base incentive. You have the figure there is $857,553.
Correct.
And you reference Mr. Schoenheider's direct testimony attachment MRS 7. Where is that figure that I just quoted on MRS 7?
Okay, without going into too much of Mr. Without going too much into Mark's testimony here, I guess, but I can say, you know, that figure essentially is based on the lowest evaluated savings at that 44 gigawatt hours. That's where that figure is coming from at the 5.90%.
Okay. I guess the only other question I had was goes to the large customers.
Mhm.
And you recall that I was going to circle back perhaps with you about there are 18, is that right?
Correct.
Do you have data in the record that breaks down how much each of those customers contributes?
I do. So in JHA5, in my work papers that I provided, there are a few tabs there that go over those 18 customer groupings and kind of go into detail on at least some of the detail and the granularity of, you know, how we arrived at, you know, some of the exclusion amounts and things like that.
It's in the work papers.
It is, yes, sir.
And where in the work papers?
Okay, so if you will go to, I have it pulled up now, I'm looking at it currently. So the work paper, large customers, that tab there. And there's also a tab following that is work paper revenue in excess of large customer cap.
Okay.
There's another one.
Pulling that up.
Okay.
It's a relatively big document, isn't it? An Excel
Yeah.
spreadsheet.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 3 screens here and I can't find it on any one of them. It hasn't shown up yet. I'm sorry. Here it is.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I've got large customer exclusion. You've got the data that I need.
Yep.
Great. Okay, now I won't forget. Any redirect, Mr. Pearsall?
No.
Okay. Mr. Adams, thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony
Thank you.
in this case. Thank you, sir. Okay, you are excused, Mr. Adams.
Thank you.
Let's take, what do you say we take just another brief, would it be okay, Ms. Gonzalez, if we took another 5-minute break and then have Mr. Brandt on? Or would you
Yes.
like a longer break?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, let's start at 350 with Mr. Brandt. Okay, thank you. Waiting for Ms. Lynch.
I'm here. I was just marking the exhibit.
Okay. Ms. Lynch, for CCAE, would you please call your witness?
Yes. I call Justin Brandt. Justin, can you please state your full name?
Justin Brandt, B-R-A-N-T.
Can you identify your place of employment and business address?
I work for the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, or SWEEP. My business address is 2334 Broadway, Suite A, Boulder, Colorado, 80304.
Great. And what is your role at SWEEP?
I'm co-director of the utility program.
Hold on. Do you want to swear him in? Do you want me to swear him in? Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you briefly describe your responsibilities for SWEEP?
SWEEP is a nonprofit dedicated to increasing energy efficiency and clean transportation in 6 states in the Southwest, including New Mexico. As co-director of the utility program, I lead our work in front of public utility commissions around the region, as well as collaborating with utilities to expand energy efficiency and demand response programs and electrification programs and spread best practices around the region.
Do you have your direct testimony in front of you?
I do.
Do you have any changes to make to this direct testimony?
No.
Are the answers in your direct testimony true and correct to your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And with that, I'd like to hand over our witness.
Would you like to admit CCAE 1?
Yes, please. Oh, is that for?
Go ahead.
May we admit exhibit 1 for CCAE?
Any objection?
No.
Subject to being appropriately marked CCAE 1 is admitted. Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Mr. Pearsall.
No cross-examination.
Are you going to leave it up to me? I'm not cross-examining Mr. Brandt, but assuming Mr. Borman, let's see if he has any cross-examination for Mr. Brandt.
I do not have any questions for Mr. Brandt. I apologize.
Well, thank you both.
It's not
Hey, Mr.
cross-examination when you do it.
That's exactly right. That's what I'm always emphasizing. It's not. It's a dialogue with the witness. Hey, Mr. Brandt, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
It just occurred to me that I've been talking a lot today about something that's not in the plan, demand response. And it reminded me, I was trying to remember when was the last time I had the chance to talk to you, and it was on demand response, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. I believe it was the demand response contract filed by PNM in response to CCAE 1.
Yeah, the ITRON contract, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to take up time on demand response, except to ask you, were you listening to my last conversation with Mr. Schoenheider on redirect regarding the next proposed incentive mechanism and perhaps trying to factor in a load management component?
Yes, I was listening to that.
Do you have any observations?
I don't at this time. I think your interest is there's a lot of interest around the region. It's not how it's traditionally been done. Though a lot of states do look at have incentive mechanisms that are tied not to budget but to net benefits, or another form tied to benefits, which do include demand response in it, to the extent that they provide benefits to customers. So it's certainly something that's of interest of a lot of commissions around the region, and something we've been working to address with others. And it's very possible, without significant changes to the existing incentive mechanism.
So you would, in your continued collaboration with this and other utilities, you'd look at perhaps assisting in developing a modified mechanism that would factor in the benefit of load management?
Yeah, I think we'd be open to that, those discussions with SPS and other utilities in New Mexico. It would be a change from how things have been done in the past, which again is not a reason not to do it, but
it's certainly not. It's certainly supported by the statute, isn't it? In New Mexico,
I think that's a reasonable point. That the goals are tied to energy efficiency and not necessarily demand response in New Mexico. But I think your point is well taken, that there's a requirement to do cost-effective demand management, and there are potentially significant benefits to New Mexico's utility customers.
Since I'm not seeing any cross-examination on your proposed incentive mechanism, do you stand by your testimony on that issue after hearing my discussion with Mr. Schoenheider? Okay. You do.
I do. I see the points made. I guess I'm not a lawyer, and I don't know that I personally have the legal question of whether this is in violation of a earlier settlement. I guess I don't feel comfortable weighing in on in this proceeding.
I'm not asking, and I'm not asking you for that, but having heard my dialogue with Mr. Schoenheider on that issue, what are your observations? What would you say?
I think a well-designed, I think it's our position that the company should receive an incentive for satisfactory performance, but that the incentive mechanism design should push them to exceed that, to exemplary performance. I understand the points made by Mr. Schoenheider around sort of when the base incentive kicks in. But I think what the company has proposed, with the significant expansion in the budget, which we are supportive of, allows the company to earn a significantly higher incentive, and that the incentive mechanism proposed by the company essentially, means that at the target that they're proposing, they're almost all the way to their maximum incentive. And to me, that doesn't incentivize them to go above and beyond that target. Given that we are approving a target that is minimum levels, I guess we don't take the proposal to reduce the minimum target under the EUA lightly. As I say in my testimony, and I think it's in the best interest of SPS's customers to maintain an incentive to push the company beyond that, to get closer to the actual EUA requirement rather than their proposal on this proceeding.
Do you think you would have gotten less resistance to your proposal if you had just looked at the left category or the left column on evaluated savings? And I'm looking at your exhibit JB-2 now, where you start at 46 and the company starts at 44. If you had not changed the performance incentive percentages, do you think you would have seen less resistance?
I think I likely would have, and I guess I can give you a little of my reasoning in doing this. As Mr. Schoenheider was saying, I was looking at essentially the percentage. Well, I think there are a couple ways to look at it, as he said. One would be, what's the incentive that the company earns upon achieving its goal? So in its current incentive mechanism, I believe its goal is around 40. gigawatt hours. And it would earn a 6.6% incentive mechanism upon achieving its goal.
I'm sorry, can
Whereas
you
in the
repeat that percentage again?
6.6.
Thank you.
Whereas in the performance incentive proposed by the company, they would achieve a 7.1% performance incentive upon achieving their goal. So I, thought about, could we just move it so that they would earn 6.6% performance incentive upon achieving goal. But I think by moving things that high, the performance incentive mechanism doesn't kick in until 49 gigawatt hours. And I felt like the company would have I think it's in the best interest of I guess that seemed like a threshold that was too high to me. It's a significantly high, it's a large portion of their goal, and it's significantly higher than they've achieved in the past. So I tried to come up with a compromise essentially where we could, maintain the incentive mechanism at a similar percent of budget around the goal, 6.6%. But also, and allow for a lower threshold essentially of where the company receives its base incentive. And to do that, I had to reduce the reduce the amount that the company would achieve above its base percentage, base performance incentive with each incremental gigawatt hour of savings. So while I agree, I may have gotten less pushback if I had maintained that. I was having trouble sort of aligning my goals in designing a performance incentive with what I felt were reasonable metrics to maintain consistency to what has already been approved for 2022. While also not penalizing the company in essence by setting the threshold to earn its base incentive too high.
So it would be just looking at the 2022 incentive, their MRS-7. Do you have that?
I can pull it up, yes.
And looking at yours, you start at 46. So if we go to the 6.6% level on theirs, if you just move the number for incremental gigawatt customer savings and made that number 53, that wasn't.
Yeah, and I guess 53 is would be their average goal under the EUEA goal that they're proposing in this proceeding, but that the savings goal for 2022 that they're proposing is 56 gigawatt hours per year.
Right.
So yeah, one way you could do it would be to set that 6.6 at 54 gigawatt hours, and that would move the sort of base performance incentive up to 47 gigawatt hours, which is again higher than I'm proposing. I think, trying to maintain a percent, 80 or so percent of their goal seemed reasonable to me. That's the threshold in Colorado for performance incentive is 80% of target to earn a minimum performance incentive.
That's in your testimony, right?
I believe so.
That's actually set by statute?
No, it's at the discretion of the commission here in Colorado.
But they have as part of the discretionary standard, they still have an 80% threshold?
Yeah, so that's what's currently in place for the investor-owned utilities, electric utilities in Colorado that they
I'm sorry, please slow down just a teeny bit and please repeat. Yeah, so that's what's personal. I'm sorry, I missed it.
That's what's currently in place for the investor-owned utilities in Colorado. They earn if they achieve below 80% of their savings target, they do not receive any performance incentive.
So substantial performance satisfactory performance, Colorado style, is 80% and above.
Well, there's no, I guess there's no requirement in statute that a performance incentive is for satisfactory performance or above. So I think the commission, I believe their reasoning in setting it at that level was to promote. It used to be at a lower threshold. It used to come in at 50% of performance, and when the commission moved it up, their goal was to incentivize improved performance and for utilities to have an incentive to go above and beyond their goal rather than just attempting to meet it.
And in New Mexico, you're aware that the satisfactory performance standard has generally met meeting or being approximating the goal, right?
Yeah, but I think that was before the EUEA was expanded in 2019. The commission had based satisfactory performance on that standard. Meeting the minimum EUEA requirements was never an issue for utilities.
Yeah, it was based on my recommendation in a P&M case, frankly. But you're absolutely right. It was before the 2019 EUEA amendments.
Yeah, so I guess I would argue that, by increasing the minimum savings level up to approximately 1% a year, that's significantly better performance than most of the utilities have had in the past, and that it would probably be challenging for them to set a sort of minimum threshold at meeting the EUA targets, whereas because the EUA targets are now more of a stretch goal than something that is easily met by the utilities.
So maybe the commission needs to have a fresh look at the satisfactory performance standard in light of the EUEA amendments.
I think that would be reasonable, yes.
And do you think it would be fair to this utility for me to suggest that the commission take a look at that in the triennial plan in the next case so that we're all on a level playing field as opposed to trying to change it in the last year of a plan?
I think making large changes to sort of the base threshold and things like that are probably best dealt with within a broader plan. But I think there is the opportunity, the company is proposing a performance incentive for 2022, which, we're supportive that there should be a performance incentive for them to, that rewards them for satisfactory performance and pushes them towards performance above and beyond their goal.
Understood. Let's look at your proposed program modifications. First off, I want to go to the last one. When you talk about recommending the company increase the low income focused incentives to cover 80 to 90% of the measured incremental cost while maintaining the market rate incentives at the levels proposed by the company, what does that modification look like, quantified? And that's on page 12.
Yep. I guess I'd have to. So I guess, to give you some context of where this came from, I mean, in the company's proposal, they're proposing weatherization incentives. That's the same for both market rate and low income customers. And I think as Mr. Schoenheier alluded to, and what we support is that for income qualified customers, there should be little to no customer co-payment for weatherization measures.
I'm sorry, for what measures?
Weatherization. I'd have to come up with an exact.
I don't know what the co-payment looks like now for low income customers.
If you give me a second, I can. It's deep in Mr. Schoenheider's testimony.
Are you looking at page 34 to 35?
I'm looking at attachment MRS 4,
Okay,
which is the sort of technical appendix.
so it is very deep.
Yes,
I can't even read it.
exactly. That's why I'm so yeah, on page 7 of 12. Is where the sort of specific incentives are laid out.
Thank you for pointing these out. Thank you for pointing these out.
As well as the assumptions around incremental costs. So for example, for ceiling insulation, the incremental cost is $1,778.
I'm sorry, please repeat.
So for example, for ceiling insulation in this file, the incremental cost is $1,778. But the company is proposing an incentive of $205 for both low income and non-low income programs.
An incentive of what? I'm sorry.
$205.
And your proposal would be like?
Well, it would be 89 to 90% of the incremental cost, which is, so the incremental cost for a measure like that is, like I said, $1,778. So
yeah,
80 to 90% of that would be, I don't know, approximately $1,500. Check.
Okay, well, what impact would that have on the UCT?
I haven't quantified the specific impact. These aren't sort of big. This program is not huge for PNM, I mean, for SPS. But I think, given the impact and the potential benefits for income qualified customers, that there's headroom within the UCT calculation that they filed. I believe the residential UCT is over 2 in this filing.
Yeah.
And so that there would likely be headroom to increase incentives for these small measures to that level without bringing the portfolio level UCT below 1.
It's 2.81.
I'm sorry, please say that again.
2.81 is the residential UCT, I believe.
So they've got pretty robust cost effectiveness on the residential portfolio that they're projecting.
But I don't have, and this applies to your other proposed program recommendations on pages 10, 11. We talked about home energy services, and thank you for helping me understand precisely what you're recommending there. But I don't have any recommendations on analyses of cost impact from your proposals. Do you have any that I'm not seeing?
I didn't present any estimates I didn't present any cost impacts now.
Okay. How do you propose that I present that to the commission then?
I mean, I think as Mr. Schoenheider talks about in his rebuttal testimony, the company has asked for discretion around its budget, and these budgets are reconciled every year. I don't believe any of the proposed changes I make, the proposed changes I made in my testimony would have significant budget impact. Certainly not more than the discretion of the company. I think these are all relatively minor changes. So I guess I wouldn't expect them to have a impact on the budget that is greater than the discretion that the company already has to either exceed or not exceed its budget.
Would it also be reasonable to recommend that these recommendations that you have be considered as part of the next triennial plan that they're going to file in May 2022?
That would be an option, and we certainly work with the company to continue to assess them as we do with all companies before they file their.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the word.
Continue to work with SPS on these and other recommendations as we do with all companies before they file their triennial plans. That's a requirement in the EUEA rules.
Okay, that might be the that is a possible recommendation of mine, is that they work with the parties as part of the collaborative process that's required. And I'm not saying this is it. This is the recommendation. I have to see the briefing, obviously, and I am at this point agnostic on all of these issues, as I should be. But I'm just thinking out loud that that's a possibility. Is that the proposal be that those recommendations be taken into account in developing the new triennial plan?
Yeah, that's understood. And, I think as you pointed out, and other witnesses have too, sort of an awkward situation where there's, it's a one-year plan, but there are program modifications being made.
And an aggressive commitment, you would agree, I think, reading your testimony. Okay.
Yes, no, I think we commend the company for proposing aggressive goals and a significant expansion in their existing programs.
Do you accept the validity of their potential study?
I think the potential study was conducted in a reasonable manner as potential studies. I think in general, potential studies are often relatively conservative about the amount of energy savings available. And I think the company essentially by saying we can go above and beyond the maximum achievable potential over the next 5 years is in some ways acknowledging that the potential study is conservative. So, I think I commend the company for taking the potential study as one piece of data and developing its goals. I don't think they're the end all be all, but they can certainly provide helpful information in understanding, what's available in their service territory.
You're very familiar with potential studies.
Yes, I work on them in many states.
And you feel this one's conservative?
Yeah. Sorry, what was the question?
You feel this potential study, MRS-1, is conservative?
I'd say to make a blanket statement, I believe potential studies in general are pretty conservative. They
okay.
And Mr. Schoenheider acknowledges some of the reasons they are. They only look at measures that are over 1.0 cost effectiveness, but that's not how the portfolio works. They often freeze technology and costs in current day, but when you're looking 10 years out in the future, that's not a reasonable assumption. And they're often based on looking at past performance to predict future performance, but a well-designed energy efficiency program should overcome the barriers to past performance and be able to break through them and improve performance in the future. So again, I think potential studies are a helpful tool, but I don't think it's appropriate to just take a number from a potential study and say this is what's available, this is all we can get, and that you also need to look at the market and do other things. And I'm not saying the company hasn't done that, because I believe they have. I think they took the potential study and they said this is, it says this is achievable and this is a maximum achievable scenario, and we think we can do better than that. So I think they're, again, are to be commended for not merely taking it at face value.
And you being based in Colorado, you work on Public Service Company of Colorado plans as well, don't you?
That's correct.
And you testify before the Colorado Commission regularly?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Lynch, any redirect?
No, I think we've sufficiently covered the contents of Justin's testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Okay, Mr. Brandt, it's great to see you again.
You
Thank
as
you
well,
for your
hopefully.
testimony.
See you in person again one of these days.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully one of these days. Hopefully this next year. We'll see how it goes. But thank you very much for your testimony. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Borman, do we have Ms. Leber Tercero?
Yes, I've just texted her. I know she's been watching on
Okay.
YouTube,
And
so she should be.
I'm going to turn on my lights here. It's gotten kind of dark, I noticed.
We can see
I'll be
you.
right back. There, maybe that's better. I don't know.
So she should be joining momentarily.
Here she is.
Okay.
Here's
Here she is.
there she is. There's one of our colleagues we never see because none of us ever see each other. Good to see you, Ms. Leber Tercero.
Good to see you too.
Staff,
At this time, thank you. At this time, staff would call Ms. Alicia Labor Tercero.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Labor Tercero.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission as the Economics Bureau Chief within the Utility Division.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review the filing by Southwestern Public Service along with the testimony that's been filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that filing?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of Staff Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify that document?
That is my direct testimony that was filed on October 14, 2021 in this case.
Was that document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to Staff Exhibit 1?
No, I do not.
If I asked you today the same questions as are set forth in Staff Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same as, well, would they be the same?
Yes, they would.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and do you adopt Staff Exhibit 1 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. At this time, I move admission of Staff Exhibit 1.
objection?
No objection from SPS.
Hearing no objection.
No
Staff
objection.
Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Labor is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Pearsall?
And no cross-examination from SPS.
Ms.
CCA does not have any cross for Ms. Leba Tesoro.
And nor do I, although I do have some questions, or at least Ms. Leber Tercero, thank you for joining us and thank you for your thorough testimony. I guess my question is, I have two. I hadn't realized that the company until Mr. Adams testified that, and thank you for pointing this out, that they weren't filing an annual reconciliation rider. When did you pick up on that?
Well, that I believe was only recently, and because in the triennial plan, the 19-0140-UT case, the company had received approval to recover the cost of the potential study in 2021 and 22, I believe, but they did not do that in 2021 because they hadn't reconciled. And so that's what made me realize that they didn't reconcile in 21.
And did you hear Mr. Adams' rationale for why they hadn't?
Yes.
That it was the pandemic?
Yes, I did.
Do you accept that?
Yes, I believe that's reasonable.
Okay. My other question goes to your other recommendation regarding updating the weighted average cost of capital, the WACC.
Yes.
To me, that raises somewhat of a timing issue that I just want to nail down. When was their last official WACC, weighted average cost of capital, set? Do you recall?
I don't know when exactly, but there have been 2 rate cases, one currently pending since the one, the 17 case, which they refer to here. So there was a 2019 case. So I believe the WACC would have changed there.
Are they using the 2019 rate case WACC or the 2017?
The 2017. So that's why I make this recommendation here that it should be updated in the next triennial plan. But I understand that for purposes of this case, the company is complying with the requirements from the stipulation in the last case, which didn't require a change to the structure of the incentive mechanism. And so that's why I didn't make the recommendation for it for this current case.
Sticking by the stipulation.
Yes.
Okay. Is the 2019, now let me back up. The weighted average cost of capital, as I recall, is the pre-tax cost, right?
I believe so.
Is the 2019 rate case WACC lower than the 2017 rate case WACC?
I believe it is subject to check.
What if the commissioners say, well, why isn't SPS applying the 2019 weighted average cost of capital to the 2022 incentive?
Well, I would say that that's because this is what was approved in the 2019 triennial plan, and it was approved for 3 years, for 21 through 2022. So I think it's reasonable to continue that here.
But they've recalibrated, now this is devil's advocate, but they've recalibrated the incentive mechanism. And according to Mr. Brandt and CCA, they're making it easier on themselves. So why shouldn't the WACC be changed now?
Well, I understand they've recalibrated that. What they've done is reflected the updated savings goals. And so that was a requirement for this case, that they would update those savings goals based on the potential study. So I thought that was reasonable and appropriate to update those savings goals within the incentive. But I guess I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to other changes, but I didn't think they were necessary in this case. And SPS will be filing its triennial plan in, I believe, about 6 months. And so that provides the opportunity to make modifications to the incentive mechanism at that time.
Let me add a level of complexity to this. What if the commission issues an order on the current rate case, and there's now a third weighted average cost of capital that could be applied to the current proposed incentive mechanism?
I would say that, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would say that occurred after SPS made its filing in this case. So I don't think that should apply to them.
Good answer. Okay, but there there are some timing mechanisms here, and there are some fairness issues, and I think I understand a little bit better about where everybody's coming from on some of these issues now. Looking back at the stipulation, but given that there is another potential weighted average cost of capital in play, I have a request so that it's in the record. Would staff please provide the 2019 weighted average cost of capital? I can look it up myself, obviously, but I feel more comfortable, since it is an issue, that we put that in evidence in response to a bench request. Could you do that for me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
You're asking for the 2019 WAC, correct?
Yes, the citation to the record.
Yes.
Just a simple citation to the page in the commission's order or the recommended decision, because it wasn't mine where that WAC is set. That would, and we'll just have it part of the record. I can do it through administrative notice, but I just feel more comfortable having staff provide it, if that's okay.
Sure, that's fine with me.
You can do
Okay,
that.
thank you. Thank you. Let's see, any redirect? Mr. Brown?
No, sir, I have no additional questions for Ms. Labor-Tercero.
Okay. Ms. Labor-Tercero, thank you so much. It's great to see you. And again, thank you for your thorough testimony. It's always
Thank you.
appreciated.
Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. It's great to see you too.
Thanks, Alicia.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we've concluded I believe, concluded the evidentiary phase of the proceeding, and we're going to go off the record now for a second. We'll still be online, but we're going to discuss post-hearing submissions. We have
Off the record now?
Yes, we're off the record. Yes, we're off the record now. After post-hearing submissions. So we need to set a briefing schedule. And what I envision, it's always different, every case for me, but what I envision is simply a filing of there's some feedback I'm getting that, or let's see. Okay, I'm not hearing myself talk. It's bad enough I have to talk to you guys, right? That I have to hear myself being with the feedback for particularly for our court reporter. But in any event, I was thinking briefs in chief and response briefs. And what I'd like to see from the company is not a proposed recommended decision, but simply a brief in chief that analyzes all the issues. And then staff and CCA would also file briefs in chief on whatever issues are contested and whatever analysis they wish to provide as well. And then I would allow for the filing of response briefs too, if you're so inclined. And we also have, in addition to that, and perhaps we should address that first, is setting the timing for filing responses to the bench requests. And I have 2 for SPS, I think, and 1, I believe only 1 for staff, if that's correct. So, Mr. Pearsall, when would you propose to provide SPS's responses to the bench request on the price of carbon in the avoided cost analysis and the updated incentive calculations based on MRS 5, or as best as you can approximate?
Okay, and just to be clear, I think on bench request number 1, the price, that one's clear. On bench request number 2, what you're seeking is an MRS 5 like approximation for 2020 using actual numbers, and then for 2021 using actual / forecast to the extent that we have it.
Yes, sir. Understanding that 2022, in my discussion with Mr. Schoenheider, is that the best that the company can do is what we have at this point for 2022. Understood and accepted.
Okay. And then as far as timing, I with the hearing going, I was trying to communicate. I believe the first bench request won't take very long at all. I am not certain on the second one in terms of timing. My hope is that we could do it by the end of the week, if not earlier, but I haven't gotten final word on that.
If I set a deadline, a loose deadline of the 22nd, would that be reasonable?
I believe it would.
I can give you more time if you'd like. In fact, why don't I just make it the 24th?
Okay.
Just to be safe. Because we're all going to be moving on to other work as well, acknowledging that.
And just to be clear, we'll be filing that. Will the commission be open for filing? I guess we do it all electronically, so it won't matter.
On the 24th.
I think we're
Yes.
noon on the 24th, if I recall correctly. I think there was an order that came out a while ago about that, but I think electronic filing, regardless, we'll see it.
Yeah.
Made.
The 24th is fine.
Okay.
And if it's a good point, if it's afternoon, I think that it'll still be reflected, and I'm not worried about that as long as I receive it, we receive it by 5 p.m. on the 24th.
Okay.
There's no problem with that. And then for briefs,
And
I,
examiner, if I may ask, is that the same date that you want staff's bench request by?
yes. If that
Yeah, we
works for
could
you.
do it by then or even sooner if needed, so.
I'll just make it the same.
Okay.
Determinist deadline. Thank you.
Okay.
And then for briefs, it's going to be sometime in December, right? I don't have I'm open to whatever the parties are inclined to in terms of reasonable dates for briefing. Any proposals?
Looking at my calendar.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, the calendar and seeing, so, I mean, to me, sometime in mid-December seems reasonable. I mean, for us to be clear, you want us to hit on every issue, even the uncontested ones, correct?
Well, just a brief overview of the case.
Okay.
It would be helpful. It's just obviously faster to get a product out if I'm confident of the issues.
Okay, understood.
So
Maybe
December.
right, maybe the third week right before the holidays. So no one
December
has
7th. December 17th.
I think that's fine for me.
Well, we can make that work.
Okay. And then
Works.
response briefs. Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Response briefs are going to have to be after, obviously, the Christmas holiday. You want to make it, I hate to do it, December 30th? Because I'm not even sure, probably not open. Mr. Borman, are we open on?
Well, the 31st is a Friday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the 30th is a Thursday. So I'm pretty sure we'd be open that Thursday.
All right, let's just make it December 30th. It's not, response briefs probably won't be that much of a heavy lift, although please take the contested issues seriously, which I know it goes without saying, but just,
I mean, the company is fine if it's up to you in terms of obviously your discretion in setting it. The company would be fine if we push the response briefs after the New Year's, if,
Okay,
assuming nobody wants to work on Christmas, obviously, we'll get it done whenever you want it done.
yeah, I know, I don't mean to be Scrooge, I'm sorry. Let's just make it,
The only thing is the 31st is my anniversary, that's all.
it's not gonna be then, it's gonna be, let's get clear of the holidays and make it
Okay,
January. Can we make it January 7th? Is that too long? That's pretty far. Oh, let's just do it January 7th.
I think we'll make that work.
And believe it or not, which is not, I will be busy in this time period, as will Mr. Borman, I think. We're going to be going into the Sky Blue investigation. That may be Mr. Bagatko, I'm not sure.
No, that's me.
But
That's the 11th and 12th is the hearing on that, I see.
yeah. Okay, so let's go back on the record whenever Ms. Gonzalez is ready, and I'll let everybody go here. As soon as I read into the record, I'm not going
Wait,
to.
hang on one second. I did
Okay.
something really bad. I thought I was done then, but I was listening. Give me one sec.
Okay, all I'm going to say is off the record is I'm not going to issue a briefing order. I'm going to read into the record
Hang
the
on.
requirements for bench requests and briefing.
Okay, let me just turn my writer on.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gonzalez, I didn't make that clear.
That's okay. I probably misunderstood. I'll get it transferred to the record. Go ahead.
Okay. We've conducted the evidentiary phase of the hearing and off the record discussions with the parties. I'm getting a call from the commissioner right now, but I will wait and read into the record what we have ongoing here, which is to set the briefing schedule and schedule for post-hearing submissions. The parties have agreed to file responses to bench requests by November 24th, 2022. SPS has two bench requests, one regarding the price of carbon referenced in the avoided cost analysis, as well as revised incentive mechanism calculations for 2020 and 2021 that approximate as best as the company can MRS-5, which is the 2019 incentive mechanism calculation. And staff has agreed to provide by November 24th the weighted average cost of capital from SPS's 2019 rate case. And insofar as briefing goes, briefs in chief will be due December 17, 2021. And response briefs will be due January 7th, 2022. Are there any other matters to address before I close the hearing and call the commissioner back?
No, sir.
Pearsall,
No.
CCAE, Ms. Lynch,
No,
staff?
No.
Very well, with nothing else to address at this juncture in the proceedings, the hearing is concluded and this evidentiary record is closed and the matter is taken under advisement. Thank you all very much for a very productive and long day, but great job, everyone. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
You
Bye.
too.
This
Bye.
hearing is concluded. Ms. Gonzalez, thank you so much.
You're quite welcome.
It was a
Do I get-
pleasure.
Do I get that exhibit? It will be uploaded, the one that's going to be added, the new one that's replacing?
Ms. Lynch is hopefully hearing this and yes, I
Okay,
will hopefully, I'll check on that, but hopefully it's already there.
perfect. Thank you. It was nice to
Thank
meet
you.
you. Bye-bye.
Likewise. Bye-bye.